Chapter 374. It was just absolute darkness. Not only was he unable to see, even his heart was a ball of darkness. However, in this place where there was no light, Zhang Xiaohua felt very safe. It was as if the surrounding darkness was filled with an extremely familiar yet absolutely unfamiliar existence. Zhang Xiaohua thought carefully. Wasn't this existence the heavenly Tao that he had sensed when he was in the state of the union of heaven and man in Songning Town and outside Pingyang City? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to move his hand, but he did not have any intuition. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to blink, but he did not have any intuition either. It was as if he was just a consciousness without any form. After an unknown period of time, an instant, perhaps 10,000 years, or even longer, Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to have any sense of time. At a point extremely far away or extremely near, there was a sudden change. First, it vibrated continuously, emitting a mysterious wave that instantly spread throughout the entire space. That point turned from endless darkness to transparency, then red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, all the way to purple. Every color evolved into a wave that spread throughout the entire space. Finally, the purple wave lasted for the longest time, and the wave was also the most intense. The entire space was actually filled with the same dense purple qi as the spherical array formation. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly shocked. What was going on? Why did he see something? Then, an even more puzzling change appeared. After the purple color passed, the entire space stopped vibrating. There was only silence for a moment. All the colors that were mentioned just now appeared at that point, and the entire space was filled with the 7 types of fluctuations. At this moment, that point suddenly lit up, and a ray of white light flashed from there. In an instant, the white light filled the entire space, and the chaotic fluctuations in the space changed into a more mysterious vibration at the same time. The sudden appearance of the light made Zhang Xiaohua a little dizzy. He subconsciously wanted to cover it with his hand, but before his feeling could reach his arm, there was a complete change at that point. That invisible point suddenly collapsed, and then like an explosion, it expanded infinitely in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's perception. The space that was just a single material was immediately filled with light and other inexplicable things. Where did this light come from? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. This state of chaos did not last for long. The heavenly Tao that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with filled the entire space. In the blink of an eye, the space evolved into earth, fire, wind, and thunder. Endless matter and countless miracles were completed in an instant before Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Following that, countless planets appeared. Each planet emitted boundless starlight. On these planets, life appeared. Some of these life forms lived in a daze, while others had the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. Even with his cultivation level of the 6th layer, he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. What on earth was this? With his limited knowledge, he could only make a hazy guess. Was this life? However, he immediately thought of something. What was death? In the instant that he thought about it, the things in the space seemed to have passed through countless years. The fluctuations of the entire space slowly became chaotic. Countless planets shrank and collapsed, and then the entire space collapsed. After that, this collapse slowly shrank again, as if it was the reverse of the explosion and expansion just now. It shrank again into a small point, and the light also returned to this point. 7 colors flashed, and then it returned to endless darkness. Was this death? Zhang Xiaohua thought. However, before he could think further, his eyes lit up. The scene in front of him changed, and he returned to the small courtyard of the Guizhuang house. In front of him was still that newborn baby, whose bright eyes were staring at Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his spiritual sense could move freely again. He unconsciously released it, and it enveloped the entire stone table. On the stone table, the formation that had already been cut in half was closing up at a speed visible to his spiritual sense. As it closed up, the dense purple qi in the original sphere was also divided into 2 halves, each of which enveloped the baby. The faint purple qi that covered the baby's body also seemed to seep in, shrinking into the baby's skin. Zhang Xiaohua roughly scanned the baby's body with his spiritual sense. He couldn't help but be shocked again. There were actually countless meridians in the baby's body, all of which were absorbing the purple qi outside the body. The meridians that he cultivated from the Carefree Heart Sutra were shockingly among them. At this moment, no matter how stupid Zhang Xiaohua was, he knew that a great opportunity was in front of him. He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately scanned the baby's body with his spiritual sense. At this moment, the baby's body also seemed to be transparent, as if there was no obstruction that blocked his spiritual sense. Zhang Xiaohua frantically memorized. In just a few breaths of time, the thin purple qi on the baby's body was completely absorbed. In an instant, the baby's meridians flickered a few times before disappearing. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua scanned, he found nothing. However, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's lips. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to withdraw his spiritual sense, the two halves of the formation on the stone table had already closed up, forming two spheres of the same size that emitted a golden brilliance. Just like the complete spherical formation from before, countless tadpole-like glyphs flowed with brilliant light. Just as Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense focused on the two spheres, the spheres seemed to sense something and suddenly flew up from the stone table, flying towards Zhang Xiaohua's forehead. However, just as they flew halfway, one of the spheres suddenly changed direction. With a turn, it directly entered the baby's forehead on the stone table. The remaining sphere didn't change at all. When it approached Zhang Xiaohua's forehead, it turned into a ray of golden light and shot into it. The golden light entered Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and went straight into the Naiwen Palace of the Upper Dantian. In the Naiwen Palace, the essence of elixir that Zhang Xiaohua had painstakingly cultivated was slowly rotating. The golden light rotated in the Naiwen Palace and immediately covered the essence of elixir with a layer of golden light. However, the golden light didn't stay in the Naiwen Palace for long. After leaving the Naiwen Palace, it went straight to a mysterious place behind the head. Once it entered, there was no more sound. It wasn't the first time Zhang Xiaohua sensed that mysterious place. Back when he was on the deserted island, when the refining elixir heart with jade blood technique reached its end, Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace was about to be scorched by the internal fire. However, after the golden light entered, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't find any trace of it. Zhang Xiaohua sensed that the golden light entered a mysterious place behind the head and was very surprised. Before he could think about it, the baby on the stone table changed again. The golden light entered the Naiwen Palace between the eyebrows. In an instant, the baby's body shone with golden light and a golden shadow stood up from the baby's body. It looked like an adult. The adult baby pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. There was a benevolent smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did this mean? When the shadow finished laughing, it first expanded and then rapidly shrank. It also entered the Naiwen Palace between the eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, the baby, in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, didn't have any abnormalities. It was the same as any ordinary person that he saw on a daily basis. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood there in a daze. His mind didn't dare to relax for a moment. Today's encounter was really too magical. Everything was unimaginable. Perhaps, in the next moment, there would be a miracle that had never been seen before. Even if, now, this baby who was still sleeping soundly with his eyes closed immediately grew up and called him uncle with a smile, or could immediately fly into the sky, he would believe it without hesitation. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt that someone was pulling his sleeve. Could it be the hand of Tian Dao? He felt a sweep of his divine sense. How was it the heavenly Dao? It was just his mother carefully tugging at him. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly retracted his mind and asked, "Mother, what's the matter?" Guo Sufei was ecstatic and asked with a trembling voice, "Xiaohua, is the child well? Can I hold him? This way, I don't want my good grandson to freeze. After all, it's still winter." This child who has just been born can't be frozen at all. Zhang Xiaohua was startled and turned his head to look. Of course, there was nothing on the stone table. There was only a white and fat naked baby sleeping soundly with his eyes closed. It made people feel pain and pity for him. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, "Mother, don't worry. Even if I freeze, your good grandson won't have the slightest problem." However, he still didn't feel at ease and asked, "Mother, what did you see just now?" "What did I see?" Guo Sufei was startled and immediately said proudly, "Xiaohua, you've really grown up. Where did you learn the sword? It's so powerful that you could split the lotus with just one strike. It's really much more powerful than Butcher Lu's butcher's knife. And, you just stood there without moving after splitting the lotus. We didn't dare to disturb you, but isn't the child still young? He can't catch a cold. Look, can I carry him back to the house?" From what his mother said, from the time he split the lotus to her pulling his sleeve, it was only a very short period of time. However, in this very short period of time, he encountered something that others would never be able to understand in their entire lives. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small sword in his left hand and smiled bitterly. He put it in his arms and said, "Of course you can. Mother, quickly carry the child back to the house." When Guo Sufei heard this, she was overjoyed. She hurried forward and carefully held the baby in her arms. However, the moment the baby touched Guo Sufei, he immediately opened his mouth and cried loudly. The cry was very loud and clear, echoing throughout the small courtyard. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded, "Ah! Mother, the child has been born. Is Qian okay?" Zhang Xiaohua turned around and saw that the door of the small courtyard had just been pushed open. A young man who was as tall as him was running towards the direction of the crying baby with a face full of surprise. That young and thin face looked 80% similar to Zhang Xiaohua's. Wasn't he Zhang Xiaohua's eldest brother, Zhang Xiaolong? Behind Zhang Xiaolong was an old woman with a depressed face. There was no need to look. Just by looking at her, one could tell that this was a midwife who didn't make it in time. Chapter 375. Hearing the child's cries, Zhang Xiaolong rushed into the small courtyard. Ignoring the people in the courtyard, he ran straight to his mother's side and looked at his child with concern. When he saw the child, he couldn't help but frown and ask, "Mother, why didn't you wrap the child in a quilt when you took him out? It's so cold. Won't the child freeze?" Guo Sufei smiled bitterly and was about to say something when the depressed midwife who had rushed over from behind revealed a happy expression. She said in an exaggerated tone, "Io, look at you. You don't have any experience at all. In such a cold day, you actually carried the child out without a blanket. Based on my experience, this child will definitely be in constant pain in the future. Quick, give it to me and let me see." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaolong's face was also full of worry. He wanted to say something, but when he looked at his mother, he swallowed his words back. The midwife walked forward and was about to take the baby. Just as she reached out, she immediately retracted her hand in shock and shouted, "Oh, why is this baby like this?" Zhang Xiaolong was stunned. He carefully looked at the child in front of him, but he couldn't see any abnormalities. Zhang Xiaohua was also puzzled. Could it be that the midwife could see some clues? But at this moment, even her divine sense couldn't detect any abnormalities. In the end, the midwife said in fear, "I've delivered babies my whole life. Newborn babies are all wrinkled like little old men. They're extremely ugly. It's only after they're a month old that they'll slowly grow white and plump. They're completely unlike your baby, who was born so beautiful. She's an evildoer, an evildoer." After saying that, she didn't even have time to say the reason she wanted to stay. She quickly turned around and ran away, leaving only Zhang Xiaolong behind. He opened his mouth and said, "Granny Li, you haven't received the money." But seeing the speed at which the old granny ran out of the small courtyard, he muttered to himself, "This old granny actually ran so fast." So it turns out that she was dawdling at home, taking a dump and peeing, and only saying that she couldn't walk, it was just to get more money from me. At this time, another figure that Zhang Xiaohua was very familiar with limped into the small courtyard. Wasn't that young Master Li Jinfeng? Li Jinfeng shouted, Xiaolong, what's going on? Granny Li had brought the child out so quickly. Even so, you should at least leave some food for him. Wouldn't it be extremely rude to just let him go like this? At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong had no time to explain to him. He hurriedly said to Guosufei, Mother, quickly carry the child into the house. It's warm inside. Guosufei seemed to wake up from a dream. She quickly ran into the house with the baby in her arms. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little gloomy. She reached out and took out the small sword. She frowned and thought for a while. Then she slowly put it back into her clothes. She seemed to have made her own decision. Other people in the small courtyard, such as Zhang Kai and Mr. Liu, looked at what was happening in front of them as if they were watching a play. They had no chance to interrupt. When Guosufei carried the child into the house, they also seemed to wake up from a dream. Zhang Kai asked, Xiaolong, what's going on now? Why did you take so long to invite Granny Li over? When Zhang Xiaolong saw his father blaming him, he helplessly replied, Father, when my own child was born, how could I not be anxious? Young Master Li and I had already arrived at Granny Li's house, but this old thing just kept dawdling. One moment she said her stomach hurt, the next moment she said her feet hurt. I gave her more money, but she still said we were all from the neighboring village, so I didn't need to be polite. I didn't know what she meant until I accidentally said the wrong amount of money, saying it was 3 coins. Li Jinfeng next to him also laughed, Uncle Zhang, don't blame Xiaolong. You see, when I fell from the donkey, Xiaolong didn't even bother to help me. He only pulled Granny Li and hurried on. Zhang Xiaolong asked apologetically, Young Master Li, I'm really sorry. How are your injuries? Li Jinfeng waved his hand and said, It's fine, it's fine. No matter what, I'm still a rider. This is just a small accident. Zhang Kai wanted to speak again, but Mr. Liu next to him laughed and said, It's really a lucky hit. Old brother Zhang, Xiaolong's delay is really wonderful. If that Granny Li came in time, even if Xiaohua came back in time, the strange phenomenon just now would be known by outsiders. Maybe, and that's for sure. This Granny Li will definitely spread the news of the strange phenomenon just now. If this was known by outsiders, this child's life will be in big trouble. Everyone in the small courtyard suddenly understood. Only Zhang Xiaolong and Li Jinfeng were confused, asking, Strange phenomenon? What strange phenomenon? Immediately, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes widened, asking loudly, Xiaohua? Father said Xiaohua came back. Xiaohua came back. Where is he? Because of Granny Li's disturbance, Zhang Kai and the others forgot to tell him that Zhang Xiaohua came back. Hearing his big brother's question, Zhang Xiaohua came out from behind Lu Kai, smiling and saying, Big brother, I'm here. Looking at this younger brother who suddenly came out from behind Lu Kai, facing a faint smile, his height is the same as his, and his face is very similar to his own, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes were moist, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father, it's exactly this kind of feeling. Zhang Xiaolong took a few steps forward, stretching out his long arms, and hugged Zhang Xiaohua tightly in his arms, just like when he hugged him when he was young. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were also a bit hazy. Yes, father and big brother miss me. When father saw me, he only had scruples about his dignity, so he could only hold my hand and look at me carefully. He rarely hugs me in his arms. Big brother is the best, just like when he brought me up, he didn't hide his feelings. After hugging for a while, Zhang Xiaolong patted his younger brother's back and let him go. He looked up and down again, smiling, Xiaohua has also grown up, you're actually as tall as me. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, Big brother, I'm a little taller than you. Then, he walked in front of Li Jinfeng, cupped his hands and said, Young Master Li, I trust you've been well since we last met. Li Jinfeng was even more excited, he quickly saluted and said, I've been well, I've been well, I've been well. I'm indebted to. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Young Master Li is my first teacher, there's no need to be so polite. Li Jinfeng was also an open-minded person, he smiled and said, Great kindness can't be thanked with words, I'll thank you once today, I won't thank you again in the future. Finished speaking, he deeply saluted. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly returned the salute. Li Jinfeng got up and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, he said with a smile, In the past, I was able to touch your head, after not seeing you for a few years, I can only pat your shoulder. Time is like water, there's no turning back, good, good. She didn't know what kind of emotions this guy was feeling, sad one moment and admiring the next. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Li Jinfeng, who was already a little shorter than her, and sighed in her heart. Back then, they had met by chance in the carriage, she never thought that the situation would be like this today. Meeting by chance could be very strange. At this moment, Li Yinfeng, who had been staring at Zhang Xiaohua, walked up with Lu Kai. When Zhang Xiaohua saw her coming, she quickly waved her hand and said, Big Sister Li, oh, I should call you sister-in-law, but please don't salute me anymore. Uncle Li and Brother Li have already thanked me just now, if you come over and thank me again later, I'll really blush. When Li Yinfeng heard this, her face turned a little red. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted and said, Moreover, sister-in-law, who asked my character to be so good? The heavens have seen that I've worked hard to save people and have repaid me handsomely. You don't have to be so courteous anymore. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua calling her sister-in-law, Li Yinfeng's face had already turned red. Until Zhang Xiaohua nagged for a long time and stopped when her mouth was dry, she then said, Zhang Xiaohua, I'm not thanking you this time. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. You should have said so earlier. Sigh, you've been too evasive for so long, you've hurt my reputation. Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little hot. Li Yinfeng looked at Lu Kai's expression and asked, Seeing that you're back, I'm finally relieved, but, do you know where Xiaohu is? I heard from Big Brother that the Misty School had been destroyed and the Misty School outside Pingyang City had been taken over by another sect. But why hasn't there been any news from Xiaohu? Is he alive or? She couldn't finish the last word. Xiaohu? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but she immediately understood a little. Looking at Lu Kai's awkward expression, she understood everything. She secretly laughed in her heart and also felt a little sad. She could only sigh and said, Sister-in-law, I've also just returned and haven't returned to Ethereal Heights for 4 to 5 years. I really don't know the details of the Misty School. Although I went to Huanxi Heights a few days ago, I didn't get any useful news. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Zhang Kai asked nervously, Xiaohua, why did you go to Huanxi Heights for no reason? Are you looking for trouble? If that sect saw you, do you still want your life? Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned. The Righteous Alliance didn't know that she had killed their disciple, why would they find trouble with her? But immediately, she understood that her father had misunderstood. She smiled and said, Father, don't worry, I'm also not a disciple of the Misty School. Even if I went to Ethereal Heights openly, no one would recognize me. Moreover, I'm only going to Huanxi Heights and it has nothing to do with the Misty School. Oh. I see. Zhang Kai seemed to understand and said, Then you have to be careful and don't run around for no reason. At this moment, a trembling and shy voice sounded, that, Xiaohua, did you see? Qiu Tong. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua looked over in surprise. Of course, Li Jinfeng's pale face was slightly red and he was looking at her with his dry lips. Chapter 376. Li Jinfeng had only seen Qiu Tong once at the Lotus Escort Agency. It had been more than 5 years. Could it be that he still could not forget her? Zhang Xiaohua was really not sure. Was this the legendary love at first sight? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that young Master Li is still unmarried? However, he wasn't foolish enough to ask in front of his face right now. He only smiled and said, "Big brother is really an infatuated person. However, I don't know if you'll be happy or unhappy to hear this news." Li Jinfeng frowned and said, "Xiaohua, regardless of whether Qiu Tong is dead or alive, you have to tell me honestly. I think I am fully prepared." Zhang Xiaohua said, "Brother Li, why are you cursing Sister Qiu Tong so much? Look at my smile. Can I tell you the bad news?" Then you mean, you saw Miss Qiu Tong at Huanxi Manor?" Li Jinfeng was a little ecstatic. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, calm down, calm down. You have to pay attention to your image. I only received news of Sister Qiu Tong at Huanxi Manor. I did not see her." "Is that so?" Li Jinfeng was obviously a little disappointed. However, his eyes lit up again. He said, "It's good that you have news, it's good that you have news. How is she now? Where is she now?" She. He seemed to have some questions that he was too embarrassed to ask. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Sister Qiu Tong is said to be fine. Her life is not in danger. However, she is not in Pingyang City. I don't know where she is and I don't know the details." I knew it." Li Jinfeng's face lit up. He said, "She is only the manager of Huanxi Manor. She has nothing to do with the Misty School. How could she be in trouble for no reason?" Looking at Li Jinfeng's reaction, old shopkeeper Li, who was standing a little far away, secretly sighed. His eyes turned away, as if he expected better from Li Jinfeng. "That's right. Brother Zhang already has a grandson. What about me? He didn't even know where his daughter-in-law was. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let this brat go to Pingyang City back then. I should have found him a child bride earlier." That was what old Li thought. Li Yinfeng didn't get any definite news about Zhang Xiaohu, so she still looked a little sad. Lu Kai walked up to her and reached out to hold her hand. Li Yinfeng turned her head and saw the concern in Lu Kai's eyes. She held Lu Kai's hand and nodded. Seeing that everyone was done with their questions, Zhang Xiaolong asked another question, "Xiaohua, where have you been all these years? Why didn't you send a message back? Father and mother were worried to death. They thought you..." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, it's not that I didn't want to send a message. It's that no one could send a message to me." Zhang Xiaolong was stunned and said, "You were caught and sent to jail?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "Big brother, do I have to go to that extent? It's a long story." Zhang Xiaohua was about to explain when Zhang Kai said, "All right, Xiaohua, let's not talk about it. You must be tired from the journey. Go back to your room and rest. Also, Mr. Liu, Brother Li, we can't keep standing in this courtyard. Anyway, the child has been safely born. We're all relieved. Let the women be busy. Let's go back to the room and have some tea." Everyone nodded in agreement. Therefore, other than Zhang Xiaolong and Li Yinfeng who entered the room, everyone else followed Zhang Kai out of the small courtyard and prepared to go back to the original Zhang family's small courtyard. Just as they left the small courtyard, they found that it was unusually lively outside the courtyard door. Why do you think? A group of 7 or 8-year-old children in the Guizhuang house surrounded something that looked very similar to a mule. They were laughing and playing. A few bold ones held a piece of grass in their hands and waved it in front of the mule, trying to lure it. However, the mule just lowered its head and didn't look at them. The grass was even more disdainful. The children didn't see the arrogance in the mule's eyes. They only regretted that their tried and tested method had failed. The timid children stayed far away and only looked at it enviously. Sometimes, they were narrow-minded and even threw 1 or 2 small stones to tease it. In the distance, there were a few idle people in the village who looked at it from time to time. They seemed to have their own plans. Wasn't this mule Zhang Xiaohua's odd beast mount, Huan? This spirit beast really had a good nose. It smelled the entire way and found its way to the door. When he saw the strange thing in front of his door, Zhang Kai was also stunned. He looked at it in a fluster. Mr. Liu was first stunned, then confused. After that, he separated the group of urchins and looked at it from head to toe. He repeatedly exclaimed in surprise, "Could this be the David that was written in the book?" He smacked his lips a few times and raised his head to ask, "Whose family's mule is this?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled from behind and said, "Mr. Liu, this is my mount." Seeing this, Mr. Liu slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "I'm going to faint. When I saw this strange thing, I forgot about you. Our Guizhuang house has always had very few people coming. Today, other than you, there shouldn't be any outsiders. Naturally, I thought of you first." "That's right, is this animal an odd beast?" Just as he finished speaking, Huan didn't agree. It hissed and bit Mr. Liu's clothes with its mouth. Mr. Liu was startled. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan's head and said with a smile, "Mr. Liu, it's an odd beast. I call it Huan. Don't be fooled by its appearance. It's clear in its heart that if you call it Huan, it'll definitely be happy." Mr. Liu was even more surprised. Like a child, he called out in a low voice, "Huan." Huan seemed to understand and hissed again. However, its head was raised high. Mr. Liu clapped his hands in wonder. Zhang Xiaohua led Huan and followed the crowd back to the Zhang family's small courtyard. She took the long sword from Huan's back and gently placed it by the wall of the small courtyard. Then, she also led Huan to the corner of the courtyard and let it do as it pleased. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to accompany her father. However, she was chased to the side room by Zhang Kai. She said that she was travel-worn and should rest more. However, Zhang Xiaohua had just broken the innate formation of the round ball and obtained too many things. It was also too inconceivable. He indeed needed to further organize and digest them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't insist. However, before she rested, she still went to the back of the room and stood in front of her grandmother's grave for a long time. She kowtowed a few times before returning to the courtyard. She walked to the room on the left and pushed the door open to enter. At this time, the original location of her grandmother's small room had been demolished and rebuilt. The area was much larger, but the furnishings and layout inside were also the same as before. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely peaceful. She floated onto the Kong bed and sat cross-legged, closing her eyes to meditate. In the small room, Zhang Xiaohua sat there quietly. He was as solemn as a mountain, but his heart wasn't as peaceful as it usually was when he cultivated. To be honest, the birth of his little nephew had shocked him far too much. In the past, when he was still in the Guizhuang house, he felt that knowing martial arts was incomparably powerful. When he learned martial arts and discovered that he cultivated the path of immortality, he felt that the path of immortality was even more admirable. Then, when he reached the 6th layer, he felt that the legendary foundation establishment was incomparably mysterious. However, when he sensed the way of the heavens when he became one with the world, he felt that foundation establishment was nothing more than that. However, in such a short period of time in the eyes of everyone in the small courtyard today, the evolution of the way of the heavens in a single instant or 100 million years in his consciousness had given him a completely new understanding. 100 million years. These weren't just two words. When Zhang Xiaohua broke free from his consciousness and saw the people in the small courtyard under the sunlight, he felt as if a lifetime had passed. Yes, he was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua from a moment ago. However, as a 6th layer Qi practitioner, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't know what exactly was different. It was to the extent that the evolution of the way of the heavens had left a deep impression in his mind. His imprint of the way of the heavens that was as bright as the starry sky already had a past, present, and future, but he still couldn't directly obtain any benefits from it. It was as if he had banknotes worth 10,000 taels of gold, but he couldn't find a bank to exchange them for money. If he had to blame something, he could only blame his cultivation for being too low. As a result, although Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the meaning of what he saw, he still carefully engraved it deeply into his memory. He didn't understand it now, but there would be a time when he would understand it. As long as he had banknotes, he wouldn't have to worry about not finding a place to spend them. Secondly, what shocked Zhang Xiaohua the most was the meridians in his little nephew's body that he saw when he absorbed the dense purple qi. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't cultivated the last 12 layers of the Carefree Heart Sutra, he still remembered all the meridians and cultivation techniques. All these meridians added together were only a drop in the ocean in the body of an infant. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua had only tried his best to memorize it. Now that he thought about it, a question surfaced in his mind. Is it because the meridians in little nephew's body are different from normal people's? Or is it because all normal people have this many meridians? It's just that no one has discovered it yet. But based on the fact that every layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra could open up new meridians, everyone should have this many meridians. As long as there was a suitable cultivation technique, all the meridians would be opened up. What kind of cultivation level would that be? Furthermore, from Zhang Xiaohua's memory, those complicated meridians were actually like the circular orbits of the heavenly Tao. No wonder some ancient people said, one person, one world. Could it be that this was the principle? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a proud smile. That's right, how could he not smile? Although he didn't know the specific cultivation technique for each meridian, this fellow actually peeked into the secrets of heaven and firmly recorded the countless meridians in his mind. He wouldn't forget it even in this lifetime. As long as he could find the cultivation technique for each meridian, this fellow's immortal path really couldn't be estimated so easily. Then, he took stock of the dense purple qi. This thing could only be sensed and couldn't be measured. It was all sucked into that nameless place on his left arm, so who knew where it went? However, it was fine as long as there was a warm current when he wanted to use it. Presumably, his sister-in-law wouldn't give birth to a baby that would require him to take out his little sword. Zhang Xiaohua pondered silently in his heart, but he had long forgotten about the bracelet under his left sleeve. A wrist guard was more appropriate. There were faint characters on the surface of the wrist guard. Chapter 377. Although Zhang Xiaohua had gained a lot, he realized that he did not understand the most time-consuming and energy-consuming part of the evolution of the heavenly Tao. His meridians that were as bright as stars did not respond to the cultivation method. He did not know the specific effects of the dense purple qi and did not know where it was hidden in his body. All that was left was the golden light formed by the innate formation. Thinking about the formation, Zhang Xiaohua was excited. Yes, ever since he obtained the immortal fire dragon's jade slip-on restriction and formation on the deserted island, he had always been interested in it. During his daily practice, he would always find time to study it. Just now, when his divine sense scanned through one of the talismans, he felt that the essence of the formation was far more profound than what was recorded in the immortal fire dragon's records. With his current cultivation, it was almost impossible for him to understand it. Therefore, when the golden light with half of the dense purple qi shot into the back of his head, he did not panic. This was the same as the meridians and the dense purple qi. As long as it was in his body, there would be a day when he would be able to get it out. And what he wanted to check the most, which was also the most likely to be useful, was the thin layer of golden formation on the essence of herbalism in his Naiwan palace. However, when Zhang Xiaohua was full of anticipation and nervousness as he immersed his divine sense into the essence of herbalism in his Naiwan palace, he almost vomited blood. What do you think? The tiny essence of herbalism was surrounded by a thin layer of golden formation. This formation was made up of 365 golden tadpole-shaped talismans. Each tadpole was connected by a mysterious force. A total of 365 tadpoles were connected together, just like the complete version of the golden formation that he saw previously. It was airtight and difficult to penetrate. When Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into a single talisman, he did not have time to understand it. A sense of exhaustion surged into his brain, forcing him to withdraw his divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua, who withdrew his divine sense, was depressed for a while. What was this? I gave you a mountain of gold, but I did not give you the power to move it. The most hateful thing was that this mountain of gold was cast into a lump. Even if you wanted to take a piece of it, you would not be able to do so. Under such circumstances, how could Zhang Xiaohua not vomit blood? As it turned out, after being busy for so long, it was all for something that was out of his reach. Draw a picture, draw a picture. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself, looking around in self-pity. However, after calming down for a while, Zhang Xiaohua also felt relieved. The cultivation of the immortal Tao paid the most attention to being down to earth. If one blindly took shortcuts and did not have a solid foundation, one would pay a painful price sooner or later. Take his state of mind as an example. He originally thought that repaying kindness and enmity quickly and killing decisively was a clear path. However, the death of the innocent cat caused him to feel uneasy. If he blindly killed anyone he saw, it was inevitable that he would fall into his own inner demons in the future. Although this kind of tempering was not cultivation, it was better than cultivation. With this roundabout way, the foundation of his state of mind was much more solid. It was the proper way to cultivate the path of immortality. Now that he thought about it, being able to rescue his little nephew from the golden ball was perhaps his greatest gain. Thinking of her cute, chubby little nephew, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. However, who did this kid look like? Why couldn't she tell? After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and started to comprehend Fire Dragon Jinren's Tao of Arrays. Of course, with a mountain of gold in front of her, she had to train her qi first. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had been calculating for a long time. Just when she thought that she had gained nothing, she had neglected the part that she had gained the most from. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua did not understand all of this. It was basically playing the lute to a cow. However, as a bystander, watching coldly for hundreds of millions of years was not something that anyone could experience. It was very important for the cultivation of one's Tao heart. From then on, Zhang Xiaohua's immortal Tao heart was incomparably firm. To a cultivator of the immortal Tao, this was the greatest gain. Furthermore, these hundreds of millions of years seemed to have passed in an instant. It did not leave any marks in her heart. If Zhang Xiaohua knew about this, he would be laughing in his dreams for the rest of his life. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua was destined to have no dreams. There was only a mysterious twinkle in her eyes. He had no chance to laugh even if he wanted to. Today, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer a beginner in cultivation. For example, the first time he cultivated beside the farm in the Guizhuang house, he cultivated for 9 days and 9 nights. After he had comprehended the prohibition spell for a while, he opened his eyes and looked out of the window. As expected, the sun was setting. Immortal cultivation had no time. Zhang Xiaohua was very emotional. This little bit of comprehension would make a day pass. Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house and saw a strange scene. The snow in the clean courtyard had been cleared. Everyone was surrounding the corner and no one noticed her appearance. Looking at the corner, wasn't it where the odd creature Huan Huan was? Zhang Xiaohua walked over. Li Yinfeng, who was standing outside, heard the footsteps and turned around. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she smiled and said, "Xiaohua, did you sleep well?" "No way, sister-in-law. In the morning, you were still calling Zhang Xiaohua. In the afternoon, you're acting like a sister-in-law and only call me Xiaohua?" Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with righteous indignation. Li Yinfeng blushed and said, "This. Brother Kai said that I don't have to be polite with you. How about I call you benefactor?" At the end of her words, a trace of cunning flashed through Li Yinfeng's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Don't, sister-in-law. I'm just joking with you. If you call me Xiaohua, I'll be very happy to hear it. Don't go back to that. By the way, how are my sister-in-law and the child?" Li Yinfeng also smiled and said, "Haha, Xiaohua, I'm just joking too. Qianqian is very good. She seems to have recovered very well. I think she can walk tomorrow. The child is also very good." "Yes, very good." When he entered the room in the morning, he cried and drank milk. After eating, he fell asleep. He might not even wake up now. "Auntie Gua and my mother are over there. You don't have to worry." "Oh, I see. Giving birth to a child is really tiring work." She can't walk for a day. Yes, from what you said, this is still good. Could it be that her body is so weak that she can't walk for 3 or 4 days? Being a mother is really hard. Poor thing. Li Yinfeng's face turned red again. Zhang Xiaohua looked and felt very strange. This Miss Li, oh, no, this sister-in-law, why is she so shy? When the people at the side saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they all smiled and turned around. When they heard what she said, they all laughed. Only Mr. Lu said, Xiaohua, where did you get this Davids from? According to the ancient books, some of the most famous immortals in the ancient times rode on the David's deer. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, Mr. Lu, I've only heard about it. My David's deer was given to me by a kid named Xiaohua. She's also called Xiaohua? Everyone in the courtyard was interested. Seeing that they were eager to hear the story, Zhang Xiaohua said, Father, Mr. Lu, Uncle Li, let's wait for Mother and the others to come and I'll tell them together. This story is quite long. I can't tell it twice, right? Zhang Kai laughed and said, You little brat, you're actually keeping your father in suspense. Well, after dinner, we'll light up the lamp and tell you. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw that everyone was looking at Huan. In front of the David's deer, there was a huge bathtub full of water. Huan was stretching her neck and drinking. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. This David's deer had been in his hands for a long time, but he had never seen it drink like this. When he swept it with his divine sense, he immediately understood. Wasn't this the spring water that his family drank? Could it be that this David's deer actually liked things that were rich in vitality? Oh, no wonder in Songning town, this thing came to me as soon as it saw me. So it was because it smelled vitality. I thought I had a good character. A shake of my tiger body attracted spiritual beasts to me. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, It can only drink water there. If it doesn't eat grass, it will starve to death. After saying this, he suddenly remembered that Nye Qianyu had said that the David's deer liked to eat grass with dew. Thus, he patted Huan's head and poured out the basket of grass. He took away the bathtub with one hand and poured some water on the grass, saying, Eat the grass, or I won't let you drink the water. The David's deer felt extremely wronged. It hissed on the ground and obediently ate the grass. It looked at Zhang Xiaohua anxiously as she threw the bathtub aside. Zhang Kai looked at his son and said, Did you sleep well? Yes, very well. Father, I haven't slept on the Kong at home for a long time. It really smells good. That's good. I was afraid that you would be used to it and couldn't sleep when you came back. In the future, you can sleep in that room. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. What did father mean? Could it be, then, Zhang Kai said, Let's go, Xiaohua. Let's invite Mr. Lu and your Uncle Li into the room and look at the mule. Oh, the David's deer has been drinking water for a long time. I'm also thirsty. Let's go in and have tea. You must have walked all the way and are already hungry and thirsty. Drink some water first. Your mother has been serving her grandson all day and left her son aside. Let's go and have a meal. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, It's okay, father. When I came back, I had already eaten and drunk in Lu town. I don't feel hungry now. Let's go in and have tea first. We can cook after mother and the others are done. There's no hurry. Chapter 378. Although Zhang Xiaohua said there was no hurry, how could Zhang Kai bear to let his son, who had just come back from a life-and-death situation, starve? Before she drank a few mouthfuls of tea, Guo Sufei and Li Jinfeng's mother came back from the side. When Auntie Li saw Zhang Xiaohua, she thanked her again. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. She just did a good deed and was thanked 3 or 4 times in a row. Thinking about it, she blushed with shame. Li Yinfeng was sent to the small courtyard next door to take care of the children. The 2 elders were busy in the kitchen. At this time, the Zhang family was no longer the poor Zhang family 5 years ago. Because of the arrival of Lu Kai and his wife and Li Jinfeng's family of 4, the Zhang family had already prepared enough ingredients. Before the sky was completely dark, they had already prepared a table full of sumptuous dishes. The bright central room, the huge table, and the hustle and bustle of the house made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange, but she also felt very warm. Time can change a lot, but it can't change family and friendship. The only thing that made Zhang Xiaohua jealous was that her mother only hurriedly put the red braised pork in front of her and watched her eat the biggest piece. Then she wiped the tears in her eyes and went to take care of her little grandson who had just been born. Alas, it seems that the focus of this family has shifted from me to that little guy. Zhang Xiaohua thought in loneliness. Although Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li also had to go next door to take care of the children, they were guests after all. Zhang Kai insisted that they eat here first. Not long after, Zhang Xiaolong also came. Although the central room was big, it was still crowded. Lu Kai said with a smile, "Xiaohua, we originally planned to go to my father's backyard to eat, but in order to welcome you, we have to suffer. Later, you have to drink 2 more cups." Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. Zhang Kai next to her said, "Xiaohua is still a child. Why drink wine? Lu Kai, you can drink more." Zhang Xiaolong said with a smile, "Dad, our Xiaohua is no longer a child. Don't you see that she is taller than me? Counting her age, she is already 18 years old. She is still in the prime of her youth." Zhang Kai was speechless for a while. Mr. Lu advised, "Old brother Zhang, it's your family's fortune for the child to come back safely after growing up. Don't think too much about it. Tonight, you must have a good time, a good time. Let's have a good time. Let's drink. Anyway, they will leave our protection. Even if you worry, they may not be grateful." Zhang Kai also wiped the corners of his eyes and revealed a smile. The wine was brewed by the Zhang family using spring water and their own crops. There was a slight vitality in drinking it. However, the spiciness was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could handle. After drinking 1 cup, he didn't want to drink anymore. He only took tea to deal with it. Everyone knew that it was his first time drinking wine, so they didn't try to persuade him. After all, even if Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the quality of the wine, it couldn't be said that everyone present who had drunk wine before didn't know the quality. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't drink, then others could drink more. Lu Kai had drunk it before, so he wasn't surprised. This was the first time the Li family had drunk this kind of wine. Although it didn't have the mellow fragrance of fine wine, it had a unique flavor in the mouth. Even Auntie Li drank a few cups. During the meal, everyone was happy and tipsy. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't eaten for a long time, he ate a lot with Zhang Xiaolong. Zhang Xiaolong also kept picking food and meat for him, scolding him for eating so little and being so thin. Zhang Xiaohua didn't explain and ate everything that his elder brother picked for him. Only then did Zhang Xiaolong feel happy. When Auntie Li was almost done eating, she went to replace Guo Sufei and Li Yinfeng. Zhang Xiaohua also quickly got up. The smell of wine was really unpleasant. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong also followed. It was said that in many places, pregnant women wouldn't see outsiders for a few days after giving birth. However, Zhang Xiaohua was her husband's brother, whom she hadn't seen for many years. Guozhuang House didn't have too many rules. Moreover, if it wasn't for this little brat, her son might not have been born smoothly. Lu Qian, who was still lying in bed, naturally didn't care about anything. Under the dim light, Lu Qian was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua at first glance. Although Zhang Xiaolong had told her about the changes of Zhang Xiaohua earlier, Lu Qian couldn't help but be surprised when she saw him. Was this still the child who cried in her arms that year? After Zhang Xiaohua bowed deeply, he carefully observed his sister-in-law whom he hadn't seen for many years. Lu Qian didn't change much from 5 years ago. She was slightly plump, and her eyebrows were full of the demeanor of a mature woman. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. She didn't look weak at all. Seeing Zhang Xiaolong go to the side to take care of the child, Lu Qian smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, I haven't seen you for a few years. You have grown up. Your elder brother has already told me about what happened today. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, your skills have improved a lot. I still have to thank you. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, the word thank you is very distant. The child is my little nephew. If I don't do something, who will? Besides, when I went home earlier, I saw that he was just pregnant. Now that I've just returned home, I saw that he was born. This shows that this child and I are destined to be together. Yes. Lu Qian was quite emotional. When she saw that Li Yinfeng and Auntie Li were not paying attention, she whispered, the small stone you gave me suddenly broke into pieces yesterday and turned into powder. This child was tossing and turning in my stomach and came out today. Oh? Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, I see. At this time, they heard the baby crying on the kong next to them. Didn't the little guy wake up? Zhang Xiaolong was about to pick him up, but he was pushed aside by Guo Sufei and said, the child has just been born. His body is still very weak. He can't withstand the rough hands of you men. You stay aside. When Zhang Xiaolong heard this, he just stayed aside and smiled foolishly. Perhaps he wants to drink milk. Mother, carry the child over, Lu Qian said softly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she wanted to leave. However, when she walked past the baby, the white and fat baby's eyes saw Zhang Xiaohua. He stopped crying and stretched out his chubby little hands with difficulty, indicating that he wanted to be carried. Guo Sufei was stunned and said, didn't you say that the child can't see anything before 6 months? How can he recognize Xiaohua? Xiaolong was beside him just now, but he didn't even open his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cute little baby, but she turned her body sideways and prepared to leave. Of course, the child's father didn't even let her carry him. Why should she join in the fun? Of course, Guo Sufei had no intention of letting Zhang Xiaohua carry him. She also stopped in her tracks and walked towards Lu Qian. However, the baby refused to accept it. He opened his mouth and cried. Guo Sufei didn't understand. She only thought that the child was hungry and carried him to Lu Qian. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the door and was about to leave when she heard Lu Qian call out, Xiaohua, wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Sister-in-law was feeding him milk. Why did she ask him to wait? However, when he heard the rustling of clothes, he didn't dare to turn around. However, the baby's cries didn't stop, and he didn't hear the baby drinking milk. After a while, he heard Lu Qian say, Xiaohua, it seems that this child is really fated to be with you. Carry him. What? Guo Sufei called out, Xiaohua hasn't carried a child before. If he falls or gets hurt, it won't be good. Mother, look at the child. He doesn't drink milk at all. His 2 hands and feet are messing around. That's his obedient appearance from before. It must be because he saw Xiaohua just now. This. Guo Sufei didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaolong said at the side, maybe he wants to smell his father's scent. Come, let father carry him. Sigh, this guy wanted to carry him just now, but he was stopped by his mother. Now, he took the opportunity to enjoy it. Unfortunately, his son didn't give him any face at all. Just as he carried him in his arms, his butt stuck out. Zhang Xiaolong's chest became hot. It was the child's urine. Zhang Xiaohua's face bloomed. Seeing that his son was still crying, Zhang Xiaolong called out, Xiaohua, come over quickly. Quickly carry your little nephew. Zhang Xiaohua turned around helplessly and stole a glance. Her sister-in-law had already tidied up her clothes. Only then did she walk over slowly. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohua walked over, the baby's crying lessened. His round, sparkling eyes looked at her quietly. Zhang Xiaohua was helpless. She stretched out her hands as if she wanted to hold something. Zhang Xiaolong didn't care so much. He reached out and put the child in her hands. Then, he turned around and looked for clothes to change. Zhang Xiaohua's two hands, and her whole body, were extremely stiff. She held the baby and didn't dare to move. Yes, her hands were tens of thousands of pounds of strength. If she accidentally touched some parts of the child's body, it would be terrible. The baby was very relaxed in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. His small mouth was open and he laughed, revealing his toothless gums. It was quite cute. Zhang Xiaohua complained in her heart. She usually looked at the baby with a cute smile. Why did it feel so uncomfortable to carry him? She didn't dare to move. It was 100 times worse than fighting with others. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, "Mother, come and save me. Take him away." But Guo Sufei just smiled and tidied up the diapers on the Kong bed. Lu Qian said, "Since the child likes you so much, you should carry him more. In the future, he will learn martial arts from you. Now, you should cultivate your feelings." Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. But the baby was very happy. His two hands made threatening gestures. One of his chubby little hands reached into Zhang Xiaohua's arms as if he had caught something. His laughter became louder. When he took his hand out of her arms, it was the small vitality stone that Zhang Xiaohua used for cultivation. The baby seemed to have gotten the best toy. One of his little hands kept moving, while the thumb of his other little hand reached into his little mouth and sucked on it with relish. At this time, Guo Sufei also finished tidying up the things. Seeing that the baby was no longer crying, she smiled and said, "It seems that he is really fated to be with his uncle. In the future, we don't need to find someone to take care of the baby. Just leave it to Xiaohua." After saying that, she took the baby and handed it to Lu Qian. She said, "Qian, take care of him for a while." Then she said to Aunt Li, "I'll have to trouble sister to take care of him for a while." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave again, the baby was unwilling. He took out another hand that was full of saliva from his mouth and reached out to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She took out another small vitality stone from her arms and stuffed it into the baby's hand. Sure enough, the baby stopped crying and quietly closed his eyes. He seemed to be asleep. Alas, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. He was so young, but he had the potential to be greedy. Chapter 379. After the meal, Guo Sufei was not in a hurry to go to Lu Qian. She had not seen her son since he came back in the morning. Of course, she wanted to take this opportunity to see more and ask more questions. The others were also sitting in the chairs, drinking tea leisurely and waiting for the story to start. Yes, the Guozhuang house was not well informed. Even Lu Zhen was not that good. Zhang Xiaohua disappeared for 4 to 5 years. What happened must be unusual. Now that he came back safe and sound, everyone's worries were gone. Naturally, they wanted to know the details. Well, let's just treat it as a story. Guo Sufei was still sitting next to her son. Although Zhang Xiaohua was taller than her, in her eyes, there was not much difference between him and the little grandson in her arms. Seeing that everyone in the living room was serious, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He thought for a while and told them everything that happened after he broke up with his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu. Of course, he still talked about the spring and autumn annals. He ignored the way of the immortals and only talked about the secret books of the Wulin seniors. However, when he talked about the way back, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated and deliberately skipped the matter of Nie Qianyu. He was afraid that his family would be worried if they heard that there were people from Jianghu chasing after him. In the past 5 years, Zhang Xiaohua had indeed experienced many twists and turns. He had been on the brink of death several times. When she heard that her son had been captured and wanted to be killed, that he had fallen into the sea and was almost eaten by the fishes, and that he had been living alone on a deserted island for 4 years, Guo Sufei's tears had long since fallen. She held her youngest son's hand tightly and refused to let go. She murmured, "Son, poor son. He can only eat sweet potatoes all day. He can't even eat braised pork. Just you wait, son. Mother will make more for you." Don't worry, son. You still have a lot of money from last time. From now on, mother will make braised pork for you every day and raise you to be as tall and mighty as your brother. Son, from today onwards, you are not allowed to take even half a step out of the Guizhuang house. Mother will watch over you every day. The others had thought that Zhang Xiaohua had only gone missing and that she might not encounter anything life-threatening now that she had returned. Therefore, they listened to the story with an appreciative heart. However, the story was so difficult and far exceeded their expectations. Their expressions became more and more serious until they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had met a child called Xiaohua Ji in Songning town and obtained the David's deer from him. Only then did they relax. They even laughed when they heard that Zhang Xiaohua had exchanged a large sack of copper coins for the David's deer. Guo Sufei blamed her son and said, Xiaohua, that Xiaohua's family is so poor. Why didn't you leave more money for them? When Zhang Kai heard this, he scolded, Woman, your hair is long but your knowledge is short. Didn't you see that Xiaohua didn't even dare to give them money and wanted to exchange it for copper coins for them to spend slowly? You gave them 5 taels of silver and they dared to spend it? Wouldn't they have been remembered by others? Guo Sufei glared at him and said, I'm short of knowledge. Humph, my sons are each stronger than the other. Zhang Kai also glared at her and said, Aren't they my sons? When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she hurriedly told them about her trip to Huanqi Mountain Villa. The 2 elders immediately became spirited. However, Zhang Xiaohua only said, We don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Perhaps, he is at the headquarters of the fragrance cult. Alas! The 2 elders sighed at the same time. Perhaps they were still regretting in their hearts. Why did they let their 2 sons walk out of the Guizhuang house that year? As if she knew what her father and mother were thinking, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Everyone has their own path. This is something that others can't interfere with. Since second brother and I have chosen this path, we will walk to the end without any regrets. Doesn't eldest brother also have his own path? Now that he has a child, the child also has his own path. Perhaps his path is different from ours. There are many paths in this world. It only depends on which path you want to take. Perhaps it is your own choice. Perhaps it is God's arrangement. Don't mother and father also have their own paths? Zhang Xiaohua's words were very profound, but they were easy to understand. Mr. Liu, Lu Kai, and Li Jinfeng all showed a surprised expression. However, Zhang Kai, Guo Sufei, and Zhang Xiaolong were thoughtful. Zhang Xiaohua's experience in the past 5 years was very long, and the story was also very long. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, let's stop here for tonight. It's already late, and I think I'll fall asleep soon. Xiaohua, are you still sleeping well? Is it the same even on a deserted island? Guo Sufei asked with concern. Yes, mother. I always go to bed on time. Hee, that's good. Being able to sleep and eat is a good body. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Mother, I am not that. You don't have to describe your handsome son like that. Guo Sufei covered her mouth and laughed. Her previous gloominess was swept away. Guo Sufei only needed to tidy up a little before letting Zhang Xiaohua go. Young Master Li Jinfeng, insisted on sleeping on the same bed as Zhang Xiaohua so that they could have a long conversation. How could Zhang Xiaohua be willing? She pushed him out and closed the door with a bang. She thought to herself, isn't he just trying to find out more about Qiutong? I don't have her here either. He'll definitely bother me tonight. The night passed silently. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua went to the bamboo forest behind the courtyard and practiced the Fist of the North Star. The 18 warm currents tempered her bones 18 times before she stopped. Then, she went to visit her grandmother's grave. When the sky was bright, she returned to the courtyard. Winter was the most relaxing season for farmers. Not to mention, it was only the 10th day of the first lunar month. Although it was already the 5th day, the atmosphere of the new year was still lingering. Early in the morning, Zhang Kai and Mr. Lu sat together and whispered. Yes, the child had already been born yesterday. He looked very healthy and lively. Although Granny Li's words were unpleasant, she made some sense. They understood their family's situation. Lu Qian gave birth after 5 years of pregnancy. Other than Zhang Kai, Guo Sufei, Mr. Lu, Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohua, and Lu Qian herself, no one else could know. The Li family saw the child's strange condition when he was born. Lu Kai's family also saw it. If they were told, they would not leak it. Granny Li had already seen the child's different from other babies. Farmers' women were the most unrestrained. The news must have spread last night. The Zhang family could not cover it up, so there was no need to be calculative. But their family's life still had to be lived. The child also had to be raised like other children. Now, the most important thing to be on the agenda should be the child's name. This matter should have been considered yesterday. But didn't Zhang Xiaohua come back? No matter what, they had to show some concern for her, right? Although the focus was on the baby in the future, they also had to give Zhang Xiaohua some time to adapt. Early in the morning, the two grandfathers got together and started to chat while smoking. After breakfast, the sun was shining brightly outside and there was no wind. Zhang Xiaolong moved the table out of the central room and placed a tea set in the small courtyard. As usual, the woman went to Lu Qian's place to take care of the mother and daughter while imparting her parenting experience. Old shopkeeper Li and Li Jinfeng, who were sitting at the table, were surprised when they heard that they were going to name the child today. After all, in their impression, the child should only be given a full name after 1 month. Now, they could only give a nickname. However, after Li Jinfeng and the others listened to Mr. Lu's explanation, they realized that every place had its own customs. Lu Town was only a short distance away from the Guizhuang house. In terms of naming the child, there was a lot of difference. Not to mention that the three elders were discussing there. Zhang Xiaohua pulled Lu Kai and whispered. Even Zhang Xiaolong, the father, had no right to speak on this matter. How could he, the uncle, say anything? Zhang Xiaohua whispered, Brother Kai, how did you and sister-in-law know each other? You are in Balaga, and sister-in-law is in Lu Town. You are not related at all. When Lu Kai heard this, his face turned red. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. He raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaolong for help. When Zhang Xiaolong saw this, he wanted to ignore it. However, this was his brother-in-law. If he did not want to be kicked out of bed by Lu Qian, he could only extend a friendly hand. Zhang Xiaolong cleared his throat and began to narrate the story of their marriage in detail. Speaking of which, the two were really fated. After Zhang Xiaohua rescued Li Yinfeng, Zhang Xiaohu rode back to Lu Town with the three of them. After waiting for Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, they immediately went back to Lu Town and never entered the Li family again. At that time, the Li family was in a panic and forgot to ask for Zhang Xiaohu's address. It was only when Li Jinfeng returned home that he found out about this matter. He personally brought his family to Guizhuang House to thank them. At that time, Zhang Xiaohu had already left home and returned to Pingyang City. There was no news of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance. Guo Sufei was worried about her son and was sick in bed. Seeing this situation, Li Yinfeng, who came with the intention of marrying Zhang Xiaohua, naturally stayed to take care of Guo Sufei. When Li Yinfeng was disheartened in the forest that day, she was rescued by Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu. She was very grateful to them. When she was rescued again at Shitsui Mountain and returned with Zhang Xiaohu on the same horse, it could be said that they were very close and love was planted in her heart. Oh, that day, she was even more grateful to Zhang Xiaohua. However, wasn't Zhang Xiaohua too young? The story of Li Yinfeng and Zhang Xiaohu was roughly the same as the marriage between Lu Qian and Zhang Xiaohu. If Zhang Xiaohu was at home, Li Yinfeng would probably become Zhang Xiaohua's second sister-in-law. Unfortunately, fate made fools of people. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Li Yinfeng stubbornly stayed in the Zhang family. She was even more stubborn than Lu Qian back then. At that time, Guo Sufei had already treated Li Yinfeng as her daughter-in-law. Later, when the Misty School was destroyed, Li Jinfeng, who was nearby in Pingyang City, received the news and hurried back to Lu Town. He passed the news to Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei. Chapter 380. This bad news seemed to have defeated the Zhang family, which had been immersed in the sorrow of Zhang Xiaohua's disappearance. Guo Sufei lay down again. Fortunately, at this time, Lu Qian's abdomen had slightly bulged. This third generation of the Zhang family was undoubtedly the spiritual pillar of the family at that time, and Li Yinfeng was facing an extremely awkward situation. She was not Zhang Xiaohu's wife, and even Zhang Xiaohu himself did not know. But now, in this situation, how could she leave? Moreover, she had lived in the Guizhuang house for a long time, and the people in the Guizhuang house all called her the daughter-in-law of the Zhang family. How could she marry again? Even if she could find a suitable person, how could she explain it to him? And just at this time, her destined son, Lu Kai, appeared. Lu Kai just came to visit the Zhang family with Lu Tufu, and was immediately attracted by the faint sadness between Li Yinfeng's brows. When he heard about Li Yinfeng's situation, he was very sympathetic and begged his sister to find an opportunity to express her magnanimity to the person. Lu Qian received this difficult task, and was very embarrassed. Li Yinfeng was a good girl, pure as ice and jade. She was naturally willing to be her sister-in-law, but after all, she was now using the name of Zhang Xiaolong's second brother's wife. Lu Qian could not tear down her husband's family. She could only discuss with Zhang Xiaolong, and Zhang Xiaolong had no choice but to ask his mother. Guo Sufei was still sick, but she was not confused. Li Yinfeng had taken care of the Zhang family for a long time, and now there was no news of Zhang Xiaohu. Even if he was alive, they did not know when he would come back. Moreover, they did not know the meaning of Zhang Xiaohu's side, and did not know whether Zhang Xiaohu was willing, so Guo Sufei also agreed reasonably. But when Li Yinfeng heard this, she did not have any expression. Nonsense, she had stayed in the Zhang family for such a long time. You can change a girl's mind with just a few words, isn't it inappropriate for others to see it? Fortunately, Mr. Lu had a room in the Guizhuang house. Lu Kai lived there in the name of serving his father. Mr. Lu curled his lips. How could he not know his son's thoughts? Cursing was cursing, and supporting was supporting. Thus, Lu Kai had the advantage of being in a favorable position. Lu Kai was cultured and refined. He was a gentleman who studied and was quite similar to Li Jinfeng. Most women's first impression of their husbands would be based on their fathers and brothers. Lu Kai and Li Yinfeng had similar interests and were indeed more suitable than Zhang Xiaohu. Therefore, after a while, they fell in love with each other. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua laughed loudly, making Lu Kai's face turn red. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, "Here, I thank Big Brother Kai on behalf of second brother." Lu Kai hurriedly returned the salute and said, "Why is that?" Zhang Xiaohua told him some of the things that happened between Zhang Xiaohu and Chang'e a few years ago and said, "I think I can understand what happened to sister-in-law. Even if my second brother is here, he will have the same idea. We don't expect anything in return for saving people. What's more, she's young Master Li's relative. We can't just stand by and watch. If we make sister-in-law misunderstand us and waste her youth, we don't want to see that. Moreover, you see, my second brother already has a wife. Brother Kai can understand sister-in-law's pain and save her from danger, which is also a great help to my second brother. If I don't thank you, who should I thank?" Hearing this, Lu Kai's face turned red. This was a huge knot in his heart. Now that it was solved by Zhang Xiaohua, how could he not feel relieved? He smiled and cupped his hands again, then ran out of the small courtyard. Alas, in Li Jinfeng's words, that speed was ungentlemanly. Not long after, Lu Kai came back with Li Yinfeng, whose face was red. The two of them saluted Zhang Xiaohua again, making Zhang Xiaohua at a loss. She didn't know what they were up to. Li Yinfeng said shyly, "Xiaohua, if you can see Xiaohu, you have to tell him about my feelings." Lu Kai and I are at home praying that he and Chang'e can get married in the end. Get married in the end? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The Misty School was destroyed. Second brother and Changjian were nowhere to be found. No one knew if they were dead or alive. It was hard to say if second brother could meet Changjian and build a relationship with her. However, Zhang Xiaohua still hurriedly returned the salute and said, I also congratulate you on behalf of second brother. I hope you can live in harmony and have a child soon. Li Yinfeng's face was even redder. While the younger generation was discussing love, the older generation was also concerned. However, love was the most complicated thing. If they interfered a little, there might be a lot of twists and turns. Zhang Kai also didn't understand Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts, so he didn't dare to interrupt. It was only when he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that his son already had someone he liked outside that he became both sad and happy. He was worried about his missing son. Now that they were talking, the atmosphere became more lively. The three old people's thoughts were basically the same. Zhang Kai shouted, Xiaolong, go and call your mother over. Also, the child, Mr. Lu hurriedly stopped him and said, it's better to let the in-laws come over. The child caught a cold outside yesterday. Today, before the full moon, it's better not to go out. Zhang Kai smiled and said, okay, then Xiaolong, call your mother over. After a while, Guo Sufei came back with a smile on her face. Although there was still no news of her second son, Zhang Xiaohu, the return of her missing youngest son and the birth of her long-awaited grandson gave her great comfort. Moreover, this little grandson was smarter than the other children in the village. How could Guo Sufei not be happy? Today was the day that his precious grandson would be named. For farmers, names were the first step into this world. The quality of a name directly determined the child's life. Thinking back to the names his father had given his three children, they were so wonderful. Little Dragon, Little Tiger, and Little Flower. Looking at his family's situation now, it was something that he had never dreamed of before. It was all thanks to his father's foresight that he had found such good names that reflected the spirit of a dragon horse. Waiting for Guo Sufei to sit down, Zhang Kai fiddled with his goatee, tapped his pipe and said, Brother Lu, why don't you say it? You are a knowledgeable person. Your sister-in-law trusts you very much. Mr. Lu waved his hand and said, Brother Zhang, don't laugh at me. This is the right of a brother. Others can't take it away. Guo Sufei also said, Father of the child, hurry up and say it. If it doesn't work, we can ask the in-laws to change it. Zhang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, the name I gave the child is called. Zhang Kai deliberately dragged out his voice, Zhang Jian. Jian, it means solid. It means that the child is as strong as a rock. In the future, he will also grow strong. Mr. Lu added, the child must also have a strong will and grow strong like a towering tree. Good. Everyone applauded. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. The word strong reflected everyone's thoughts. Guo Sufei was also happy. She immediately wanted to stand up and tell Lu Qian the good news. However, Mr. Lu said, Sister-in-law, don't be anxious. Guo Sufei was stunned and said, is there anything else? Since it's a name, why don't we name it together today? There's a name. Guo Sufei was stunned. Zhang Kai, Zhang Xiaolong, and Zhang Xiaohua were also stunned. Only Lu Kai and Li Jinfeng smiled and said, Mr. Lu really loves the house and its crow. Zhang Jian has just been born and you want to give him a courtesy name? Mr. Lu smiled and said, that's right. Since it's already been named, then it's better to give it to him. Later, sister-in-law, you still have to think of a nickname for the child. Courtesy name. Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua looked at each other. After Li Jinfeng's explanation, the two of them finally understood. It turned out that the literati in the big cities, in addition to their original names, would be specially bestowed with a courtesy name by their family elders when they reached adulthood. It was a symbol of status. Lu Kai and Li Jinfeng did not have a courtesy name. Therefore, Mr. Lu giving Zhang Jian a courtesy name was a little ahead of schedule. However, this courtesy name was to be used after he came of age. It was understandable for the elders to give him a name now. After all, outsiders would not know. Old Li smiled and said, Mr. Lu is keeping it a secret. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please tell us, Mr. Lu, so that we can consider it together. Mr. Lu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, I thought about it for a long time last night. I feel that Jian was born with a vision. In the future, he will not be an ordinary person. Outstanding people are all proud and aloof. This is not good for life. Therefore, I want to give Jian a courtesy name. He will treat others kindly and treat others as his friends. This kind of person will be able to achieve great things. What do you think? Zhang Yuyu. Li Jinfeng and Lu Kai thought for a while and both of them agreed. The name Zhang Jian could be heard from the Zhang family, but as for this Zhang Yuyu, to be honest, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei really couldn't tell what it was. However, since the courtesy name was something of a scholar, it was naturally better for the scholar to say it. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei also agreed. However, when it came to Guo Sufei's turn to come up with a nickname for the child, she frowned. After a long time, she said, In-law, what do you think of Gosheng, Erden, Dumbo, and Gubuli? Mr. Lu's expression changed and he said with a smile, Sister-in-law, since you already have a genteel courtesy name, it is not good to use a peasant's nickname. Think about it again. Guo Sufei thought for a long time and said, Forget it. Let's give it to you. Why don't I ask Qianshan and see what she thinks? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been silent all this time, said, Father, Mother, Mr. Lu, I have a nickname. Listen and see if it is okay. Zhang Kai was about to scold her when Mr. Lu smiled and said, It's okay. You say it. Xiaohua, now that you have been outside for several years, you have a lot of experience. This nickname may not be bad. If it is not okay, then let Qianshan decide. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Let's give Jian a nickname, Byron. What do you think? Chapter 381. Byron? Guo Sufei was not the only one who was surprised. Everyone present frowned. Yes, it was understandable that Guo Sufei had nicknamed Jian Chen Gosheng or Dumbo. That was what farmers called him. But Byron was not even close to a nickname. It was not as good as Yao Yao or Huan Huan. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Mr. Lu has just said that Jian will be an extraordinary person in the future. But now, this news has been known by Granny Li. Maybe tomorrow, the rumor will spread to the Guizhuang house. Of course, what she saw was just the tip of the iceberg. What we know is the whole truth. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and bowed deeply to old Li's family and Lu Kai's family. These people were even more surprised. The younger ones hurriedly returned the bow and asked, Xiaohua, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua said, Granny Li only saw Jian grow up, but everyone saw Jian come out of the lotus. If this news were to spread, it would be a disaster for Jian Who knows, it might attract the covetous eyes of some people. I beg everyone here, for the sake of Jian's growth, please don't tell anyone what you saw yesterday to outsiders. No one is allowed to do so. Zhang Xiaohua said sincerely and looked serious. Everyone was shocked. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything threatening, from his eyes, they did not doubt that if something was leaked, he might not be lenient because of his family relationship with them. In particular, yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua split the lotus with his small sword and carried Zhang Jian out of the lotus. He was already regarded as an extraordinary person. Moreover, as early as 5 years ago, he could safely rescue 3 people from the mountain bandits in Shitsui Mountain. 5 years after obtaining the secret martial arts book, it was easy to imagine how high his martial arts skills were. Therefore, the two families agreed with Zhang Xiaohua's proposal from the bottom of their hearts. After all, wasn't Zhang Jian their relative? Why should they make things difficult for their own people? Seeing that everyone had solemnly agreed, Zhang Xiaohua continued, but even Granny Li's rumors will definitely affect Jian Er. Jian Er will definitely be bullied or encouraged by other children as he grows up. However, according to my observation, the possibility of Jian Er being at a disadvantage is not high. However, it is precisely because of this that Jian Er has to restrain himself and keep a low profile. As the saying goes, the rafters that stick out first rot. I hope that our Jian Er will keep a low profile. Only by enduring what ordinary people can't endure can he accomplish what ordinary people can't. Mr. Liu, do you think what I said makes sense? Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Liu excitedly clapped his hands and said, Xiaohua's words make a lot of sense. This is also what I wanted to say. But I didn't expect Xiaohua to see it so clearly. Good, it's better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. It's really not wrong. Zhang Xiaohua was very modest and said, Mr. Liu is too polite. This little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. That's why this little one spoke out. It's just that this little one has seen too many such precedents in the Jianghu. Mr. Liu smiled and said, Xiaohua, you don't have to be so polite. You don't have to be modest. That year when you followed Xiaolong to Bali village to fetch the bride, I could see that you were extraordinary. Now it seems that my eyesight was really not wrong. Oh right, do you still remember the bow you pulled in front of my house? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Of course I remember. That was the first time I pulled the bow and shot an arrow. How could I forget? Mr. Liu said, That bow is very famous. Eh? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, I don't know about this. Please teach me, Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu said, That year when I knew that your big brother's arm was injured, I specially got someone to borrow a soft bow from the village's hunter. But it was just for the occasion. Those 3 arrows were easily shot away by you. At that time, no one paid attention to it. They also knew some of my arrangements. But after a few days, the hunter came back from hunting outside the mountains and apologized to me, saying that he had spoiled my happy occasion. This made me very surprised. Only then did I know that he had taken the wrong bow. Not only was it not a soft bow, but it was the hunter's ancestral 5-pickle strong bow. He had not pulled it out for many years. Xiaohua, that's right. I knew that you were not a person of the small pond. So when you wanted to go to Pingyang City to see the world, I was also very supportive of it. Ah. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, So it's like this. I was saying that after shooting 3 arrows with that bow, all the strength in my body was gone. That's the secret. At this time, Li Jinfeng asked, Xiaohua, at that time you were only 11 or 12 years old, but your strength was already extraordinary. Oh right, I think I heard you say that you lifted a 500 Jin stone weight at the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, When did I tell you that? I don't remember. Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, Maybe it was Sheng Wanyun, maybe it was Yu Luan. After a long time, I have long forgotten. That's because I only wanted to enter that Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Who would still remember how heavy the stone weight was? It was also 500 Jin. Li Jinfeng was not satisfied and said, That was 5 or 6 years ago. You have practiced martial arts for such a long time, how much strength do you have now? Is it 1,000 Jin? Zhang Xiaohua was about to shake his head and deny it, but when he saw his mother and father's proud eyes, and old manager Li's surprised gaze, he immediately denied his previous thoughts. He knew that although old manager Li was grateful and would not reveal Jian Er's abnormality, he was after all an outsider. He still did not dare to believe it. Listening to his mother and father's words, they wanted him to stay in the Guizhuang house from now on and never leave. But even if he would be free, what about his second brother, Zhang Xiaohu? If he really needed to save him, then wouldn't he have lost the opportunity? Therefore, taking this opportunity to establish his prestige and let the elders see his strength was not necessarily a bad thing. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and Zhang Xiaohua liked to do it. 1,000 jin. Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, it's still a bit light. What? Not only was Li Jinfeng surprised, but Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Kai also had their mouths wide open. Is it 1,500 jin? Lu Kai gave a number. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. 2,000 jin. Li Yinfeng also said in surprise. Zhang Xiaohua still shook his head. Xiaohua, don't scare us. Is it 3,000 jin? Zhang Xiaolong finally could not help but say an unbelievable number. Yes, what kind of concept was 3,000 jin? They themselves did not know. They only knew that 5 jin of pork was very heavy. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua still shaking his head, the three elders could not take it anymore and asked, 5,000 jin? 8,000 jin? 10,000 jin? When Zhang Kai said the last word, he already had a smile on his face. It was not a smile of pride, but a smile of ridicule. In his opinion, his son was probably joking. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with a smile, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. His strength was not easy to describe purely from numbers. He thought for a moment, turned his head and looked at the long sword in the corner. He got up and took it, gently putting it on the ground and said, "This is my weapon. You will know my strength when you try it." Oh? Li Jinfeng's eyes were sharp. He laughed and said, "Isn't this what the 4 odd beasts were carrying yesterday? Animals can carry it, so its weight must be limited. 100 jin should be enough. This is not commensurate with your strength." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not speak. Li Jinfeng did not go up himself. He knew his own weight, so he looked at Zhang Xiaolong to test his strength. Zhang Xiaolong felt funny. Xiaohua was obviously joking. How could this stone-like thing be a weapon? Even if it was heavy, it was only a few dozen jin. He could definitely carry it. Zhang Xiaolong got up and walked to the sword. He bent down and grabbed the hilt with one hand. He exerted his strength, but it did not move at all. Zhang Xiaolong frowned and then grabbed both sides of the sword with both hands. He exerted his strength at the same time, but it still did not move at all. Zhang Xiaolong got up, clapped his hands and laughed, "Oh, it is really heavy. I used all my strength, but I can't move it at all. Xiaohua, you are really powerful." This time, everyone knew that the two brothers were acting. Lu Kai also laughed and said, "Xiaohua is so powerful. I also want to try." Lu Kai also did the same as Zhang Xiaolong. He did not move at all. He got up and praised Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. Li Jinfeng could not sit still anymore. He also did the same. Then, with a strange expression, he also praised without restraint like the previous two. Now, even Li Yinfeng could not sit still anymore. She wanted to go up and try. Guo Sufei advised, "Yinfeng, don't learn from them. They are all playing with you. Can't you see?" Zhang Kai also laughed and said, "Yes, Yinfeng. Sit here. If you don't go up, you see who else they are going to trick. Anyway, I am not going up to try." Ha ha ha. Mr. Liu and old manager Li also laughed. At the same time, they said, "We have eaten more salt than you have rice. Can't we see what you are up to?" After the three of them finished laughing, the younger generation also laughed. They really did not expect that the old men's hearts were not old. They actually played this trick on them. Li Jinfeng laughed until tears were coming out of his eyes. He said breathlessly, "Little sister, father, we really can't move at all." What? This time, it was the 4 old men's turn to look at each other. So it was not a joke. Zhang Kai couldn't sit still any longer. That was because Mr. Liu was a frail scholar, and old manager Li often used an abacus. Only he still had some strength, especially after drinking spring water for so many years. He still felt very good about himself. Zhang Kai walked to the side of the long sword and carefully sized it up. He directly used both hands to hold it. he did not dare to use the strength of his whole body. If it was really not heavy, wouldn't he fall down? Let the younger generation laugh at him. Zhang Kai used 20% of his strength. That stone stick did not move an inch. Zhang Kai used 50% of his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Until the end, Zhang Kai used all his strength. That stone stick still did not move. Chapter 382. Zhang Kai clapped his hands. Just like Li Jinfeng, he smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are really naughty. You want us to carry such a heavy thing. Who can lift it?" Looking at Zhang Kai's appearance, if Mr. Liu and old shopkeeper Li didn't know Zhang Kai very well, they might have thought that he was lying to them. Guo Sufei asked doubtfully, "Xiaohua, how heavy is this small thing? No one can lift it at all." Zhang Xiaohua walked in front and picked it up with one hand. She waved it lightly and said, "Mother, to be honest, I don't know how heavy it is. After all, I haven't seen such a heavy thing." Oh, everyone suddenly understood. What she said was true. Who had nothing better to do? What's the use of weighing so many things? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes lit up and said, "Xiaohua, it's great that you're back. You're so strong. In the future, we won't need cows to plow the fields anymore." Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground. After a while, she got up and said, "Big brother, you can't do this. You can't let me do anything. Plow the fields for cows. You're wasting resources. Then, go help people dig wells. Your strength is equivalent to 10 people." Zhang Xiaolong was very economical. After everyone chatted for a while, Guo Sufei and Li Yinfeng went to the small courtyard next door and told Lu Qian the names of the 3 babies. Lu Qian was very happy when she heard it. Needless to say, the names and courtesy names were carefully chosen by the elders. She had some experience with Zhang Xiaohua's miracle. Everyone knew that she was pregnant for 10 months, but she was pregnant for 5 years before she gave birth. Zhang Xiaohua already knew about this situation 5 years ago. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua even gave her a small stone. When the stone turned into powder, her son was born. Could it be explained with the word coincidence? Today, Zhang Xiaohua actually gave her son a pet name. It was exactly what she wanted. The name Byron was really extraordinary. How could Lu Qian not be happy? She picked up her son who was sleeping soundly next to her. Zhang Jian, Zhang Yuyu, and Zhang Byron called him one by one. Hearing this, the child opened his eyes in a daze and babbled nonsense. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 went to Guozhuang House to pay a New Year's greeting to the Zhang family because of the New Year. Lu Kai and his wife came together because Li Yinfeng went back to her parents' home. Anyway, they had to come. As soon as the 2 groups of people arrived at Guozhuang House, they encountered Lu Qian giving birth, so they stayed to help. Now the child was born smoothly and the New Year's greeting was over. Li Jinfeng's family of 3 naturally had to go back to Lu Town. However, Zhang Kai was happy and said, "Brother, if you're not busy with the affairs in town, you can go back later. It won't be too late to leave after the 15th day of the first lunar month. Anyway, Guozhuang House has a place to stay." Shopkeeper Li's business in Lu Town had been doing well in recent years. He thought that there would be nothing to do during the new year. So, after a little hesitation, he agreed to Zhang Kai's suggestion. In fact, if Zhang Xiaohua didn't come back, shopkeeper Li might not have hesitated. She had just given birth and was very busy. Wouldn't it be troublesome if his family stayed here? Although he didn't know exactly what kind of person Zhang Xiaohua was now, 5 years ago, she could go into the tiger's den and come out unscathed. 5 years later, Zhang Xiaohua must be even more incredible. Mr. Liu and Zhang Kai didn't hang around in Lu Town, so they didn't have much impression of the outside world. Shopkeeper Li knew what kind of person Zhang Xiaohua would be if she was in Lu Town. Moreover, according to Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei's meaning, his youngest son wouldn't be allowed to travel far in the future. Since he couldn't travel far, where could he go? He couldn't really farm in the Guizhuang house, so Zhang Xiaohua's only choice was Lu Town. Therefore, shopkeeper Li's little abacus was very clear. As long as he had a good relationship with Zhang Xiaohua, his family should be able to do whatever they wanted in Lu Town in the future. Therefore, Zhang Kai's politeness at this time was like handing a pillow to a thirsty person. Shopkeeper Li hesitated for a moment and immediately accepted it. Lu Kai and Li Yinfeng didn't need to be mentioned. They directly lived in Mr. Lu's house. On one hand, they served their father, and on the other hand, they took care of their sister. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the 15th day of the first lunar month. In the past few days, Zhang Xiaohua didn't go anywhere. She just wandered around the Guizhuang house, paying New Year's greetings here and sending gifts there. It was true that this farmer's house was simple, but it wasn't necessarily pure. In the past, Guo Sufei was the only girl in the Guizhuang house, and she was bullied both openly and secretly. Zhang Kai married into the family and gave birth to 3 fat boys. In the eyes of the farmers, they were 3 strong men. Therefore, there were fewer bullies. However, just when the family's life was getting better, Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu disappeared. At first, people thought that they had gone to other places to live and maybe they would be successful in the future. Well, when Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu came back for the first time, people in the Guizhuang house envied them for a while. Many people had never seen such a tall red horse before. However, the two left in a hurry and didn't come back for many years. Therefore, many rumors spread. Li Yinfeng's arrival indirectly made the idlers in the Guizhuang house a little apprehensive. But later, Li Yinfeng married Lu Kai. Although the Zhang family kept their mouths shut, this fact couldn't be covered up. In addition, Guo Sufei fell ill twice. How could the people in the Guizhuang house not know that something had happened to the Zhang family? In addition, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua had brought home 3,000 to 4,000 taels of silver. Although they did not spend extravagantly, it was still needed to improve their lives. The original small courtyard was renovated, and a new courtyard was built next to it. The idle men in the village were jealous, and rumors began to spread. Some said that the money was exchanged with the lives of the 2 sons, some said that the 2 sons had committed robbery, and some said that the rumors were unpleasant to hear. Fortunately, the Zhang family had always had a good reputation in the village, and many people leaned towards the former. The eyes of the people were really sharp. This rumor was really infinitely close to the truth. The Zhang family couldn't deny it. In fact, there was nothing to explain. In particular, due to Granny Li's adding fuel to the fire, there were already some rumors about Zhang Jian's birth. Although Zhang Xiaohua was just 18 years old, he had licked the blood of blades in the Jianghu. He had a good understanding of the human heart. The evolution of the way of heaven had given him endless training, and he had already clearly seen the undercurrents behind the simple farmers. Therefore, during this period of time, he had spent a lot of time hanging out with the idlers in the Guizhuang house. From time to time, he would show off his Jianghu experience, talk about the bloodshed of revenge, and when he was full of enthusiasm, he would pick up a stone or millstone with one hand to show off his strength. Even some young men who had learned a thing or two came forward to show off a few times, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate to send them flying with a kick. At most, there were about a dozen of them, and they all surrounded and attacked Zhang Xiaohua as if they were joking. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back at all. He didn't even use his hands, and with less than a minute of kung fu, he knocked them down one by one. This time, the crowd closed their mouths, and there was only fear and admiration in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this result. He clapped his hands and left. Zhang Xiaohua went to Zhang Jian's place every day. He didn't tell anyone about Zhang Jian's extraordinariness, including Lu Qian. However, in these few days, he didn't see any special differences between him and other children. For example, he could talk and walk when he was born. Instead, he went to sleep every day after drinking milk. He didn't look like he was worrying at all. Yes, he didn't look like he was sleeping soundly while clutching the 2 ugly little stones. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was slightly relieved. There was no one in the family who was particularly strong. If Zhang Jian stood out too much, it was inevitable that there would be trouble. Keeping a low profile was the way to go. As for his little nephew's future, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried at all. What a joke. The omen was so strong. If he didn't have a bright future, it must be God who was blind. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, old shopkeeper Li and his family decided to go back to Lu Town. In these few days, old shopkeeper Li tried to persuade Li Jinfeng to hang out more with Zhang Xiaohua. However, Li Jinfeng didn't care. Zhang Xiaohua was indeed powerful, but wasn't he his student who initiated him? Old shopkeeper Li opened his heart to him and became friends with him. There was really no need to flatter him deliberately. Li Jinfeng originally wanted to get information about Qiutong from Zhang Xiaohua. Now, Li Jinfeng would rather not ask than look for Zhang Xiaohua. This surprised Zhang Xiaohua for a while. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Lu Town had festive lanterns. Guizhuang House also had this custom. However, it wasn't as lively as Lu Town. Old shopkeeper Li naturally invited the Zhang family to Lu Town to take a look. After giving birth, Lu Qian recovered very well. She could walk a few days ago. She didn't look as weak as Zhang Xiaohua imagined. However, she couldn't leave the courtyard until she was 1 month old. Guo Sufei and Zhang Xiaolong had to stay at home to take care of Xiao Jian. Only Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaohua were left in the Zhang family. Zhang Kai didn't want to go. However, when he thought that Xiaohua had been hanging out with the young people in the village for the past few days, he thought that he couldn't bear the loneliness. Therefore, he wanted to bring him to Lu Town to take a look. Since he was willing to go, Zhang Xiaohua naturally accompanied him. Mr. Lu's family was a leisurely trio. They could leave at any time. Therefore, the group of people came to Lu Town. The last time they came to Lu Town was 5 years ago. The Li family was in ruins, but it had been rebuilt. It was not inferior to before. Old shopkeeper Li held a banquet at home to entertain the Zhang and Lu families. When shopkeeper Yu of the Jade shop heard the news, he prepared gifts early and brought his daughter and son-in-law to thank them. Fortunately, the Li family was now well off. The central room was very spacious, so it could accommodate so many people. The banquet was very enjoyable until night fell. Before the sky turned dark, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard outside. Firecrackers and the like were also going off non-stop. Although Four Trees was not the most prosperous place in Lu Town, it was still a hubbub of voices and unusually lively. Chapter 383. Guizhuang House and Balagu were both in the countryside. Ever since Li Yinfeng married into Balagu, she had not seen such a lively 15th day of the first lunar month for several years. When she heard the sound of gongs and drums on the street, she could not sit still. It seemed that she was even more anxious to go out than Zhang Xiaohua. On the contrary, the 18-year-old Zhang Xiaohua was very well behaved and sat down with a smile. Nonsense, his divine sense had already been sent out. Of course, he did not need to be so anxious. But he sat so steadily that it unconsciously made everyone present think highly of him. Of course, look at this child. He really seemed to have lived in a big town. This calmness was not something that ordinary people could compare with. Seeing that it was almost time, everyone was full. Old shopkeeper Li got up and, together with shopkeeper Yu, led everyone to the street. They followed the flow of people and admired the lanterns on both sides of the street. The 15th day of the first lunar month was the day of the full moon. High in the sky, a bright moon hung there. Many shops on both sides of the street hung up homemade lanterns. There were also hawkers who set up stalls to sell lanterns. In the flow of people, there were old and young. All of them had lanterns in their hands. They walked and looked and chatted. Not long after Zhang Xiaohua and the others left the Li family, they came across a stall selling lanterns. Shopkeeper Yu waved his hand and everyone bought one. Even Zhang Kai accepted it gladly. He carried a medium-sized lantern in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised when she saw this. In her impression, her father was a somewhat old-fashioned person. She had never seen him carry such things for children. But then she saw old shopkeeper Yu and old shopkeeper Li also carrying a lantern with a smile. She laughed in her heart. It turns out that there is innocence in everyone's heart. There were many people on the street, but they were also divided into groups. Li Jinfeng, Lu Kai, and the son-in-law of the Yu family, Zhang Xiaohua, walked together. Li Jinfeng knew that Zhang Xiaohua was unfamiliar with these things, so he pointed here and there and introduced them to him in detail. Li Yinfeng and Yu Biha were together, holding exquisite lanterns in their hands. It was unknown what they were whispering to each other, but they were also covering their mouths and laughing. The four old people walked at the back. They were a little slow, but they were also chatting happily and nodding their heads frequently. After walking through a few streets, the flow of people increased. It was as if they had been cooped up at home for an entire year and only came out now to get some fresh air. In front of them, the sound of gongs and drums could be heard. Waves of cheers could be heard. Li Jinfeng explained with a smile, "In front of us is a big square in the west of the city. Most of the temple fairs during the new year are held here. Presumably, there is a lion and dragon dance performance now, which is why it attracted so many cheers." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. He had an affinity with this square in Lu Town. The first time he saw Lu Qian being molested in the square with his father and two brothers, he stood up for justice and helped Zhang Xiaolong win the beauty. 5 years ago, he and his second brother came across a Jianghu man who was selling medicine in the square and was bullied. He also stood up for justice and got something similar to a pill formula. He also broke one of the bully's legs. He didn't know what strange things he would encounter today. Unfortunately, when he turned the corner of the street, he saw a group of bright lights and a lively scene in front of him. Everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. There was nothing unusual about it. In the middle of the square, 2 dragon dance teams were holding wooden poles. Each of them danced with 2 long dragon-shaped lanterns. They were having a hearty battle. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the dragon shape, she couldn't help but feel moved. On the 9th day of the first month, the dragon shape formed by the heaven and earth essence chi that she saw in her divine sense was similar to this dragon lantern. Presumably, this dragon-shaped essence chi didn't appear just now. It was estimated that 10,000 years ago, when the immortal Tao was at its peak, it also appeared from time to time. This was why the immortal cultivators saw it. He didn't know how it spread to the mortal world. But why wasn't there a phoenix lantern? However, immediately Zhang Xiaohua had an answer. Dragon dance, wasn't it because of the dragon's long body that everyone felt lively when they cooperated? If it was a phoenix dance, only one person would take it. How would it be fun to dance? Moreover, the dragon's head was difficult to tie. If it was a phoenix, the whole body was difficult to tie. It was also inconvenient to do it. It should be so. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua was quite proud of her cleverness. Around the dragon dance team, there were more than 10 lion dance teams. They were all sweating profusely. Not only Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see this, but the others also kept applauding. Zhang Xiaohua was also pitiful. Before he went to Pingyang City, he was 12 years old. During these 12 years, he only had the opportunity to come to Lu Town during the new year, and it was always during the day. He had never experienced the scenery of Lu Town at night. He used to think that the people in Lu Town were like the Guizhuang house, who would turn off the lights and go to sleep when the sky turned dark. Even on the 15th and 16th of the first month, he just took Xiaohua's lantern for a stroll in the village. Until today, he realized that the nightlife of the people in this town was really rich and colorful. After a while, the number of people in the square gradually increased. Zhang Xiaohua and the others were slowly squeezed to a corner of the square. However, even if they were not in the center, it was still lively here. Just as they were enjoying the show, a woman suddenly stumbled out from an alley next to the square. She cried and shouted, my child's father, where are you? My child has been snatched away. She shouted and searched all the way. At this moment, a person blocked her and shouted, Wunyang, what happened to your Zizi? Wunyang cried and shouted, second uncle, just now, Zizi and I were making lanterns in the courtyard. Suddenly, a masked black shadow fell from the sky, grabbed Zizi, and then jumped onto the roof and disappeared. Tell me, how can I live like this? The person pointed in a direction and said, I think I saw Brother Lu over there just now. You go and look for him. Sigh. Wunyang grabbed his hand as if she was asking for help. She had long forgotten her scruples and said, second uncle, can I trouble you to go to the government and ask them to send someone over? The person said firmly, don't worry, Wunyang, I'll go now. However, you have to be mentally prepared. During the new year, the government is the most lax. Moreover, according to what you said, that person is a high-ranking person. How would the government dare to interfere? Wunyang cried even more miserably and said, then. I really can't live anymore. After saying that, she stumbled in that direction again. The person called second uncle also sighed and said, this world. He touched his money pouch, separated the crowd, and went straight to the government. At this moment, a familiar person next to him said, sigh, poor Zizi. I just saw her at the corner of the street this morning. She's a very cute little girl. The person next to him also said in surprise, don't you think it's strange? Why would someone be interested in a girl from an ordinary family? If he wants to kidnap someone, he should kidnap a beauty, right? Yes, second aunt said that it's obviously a master in the martial arts world. Wouldn't it be better if he came at night? Why did he have to kidnap her now? What time is it now? Another person said, don't underestimate this girl. When I met her this morning, second aunt was taking her for a divination. The blind fortune teller said that this girl's ghost fate is on the 7th day of the 7th month. It's the most gloomy. If she can be used properly and find a good husband, she will bring good fortune to her husband's family. TSK, could it be that the martial arts master in the martial arts world eavesdropped on it and was itching to kidnap her before the sky turned dark? Cripple, you're just talking nonsense. Zizi is just a 7-year-old child. I'm just saying. Maybe the martial arts master is interested in this. These words were getting more and more unpleasant. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Human nature was really unpredictable. He turned to the side and saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She reached out and rubbed her face left and right. Puzzled, she said, Father, there's no dust on my face, right? Zhang Kai said, no. Even if there is, it's so dark. How can I see? Then why are you looking at me? Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Zhang Kai frowned. He looked around and whispered, Xiaohua, didn't you hear about what happened to Zizi just now? Don't you have anything to say? Zhang Xiaohua said, of course, I have extreme sympathy. If her mother was born a few hours later, perhaps there wouldn't be such a tragedy. You, Zhang Kai pointed at Zhang Xiaohua angrily. He didn't know what to say. He lowered his voice and said, didn't you learn martial arts? Seeing her child go missing, as a mother, she doesn't want to live anymore. Don't you have any intention of helping her? In fact, when the second mother said that her daughter had been taken away, Zhang Xiaohua had already released his divine sense. He had already seen the black-clothed man with the little girl under his armpit. However, there were many people in the square now. The black-clothed man's qigong didn't seem to be very good. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to chase after him. He only wanted to find an opportunity to relieve himself or play some sort of squeezing before going to rescue the girl. But now that his father had pointed it out in front of him, he was in a bit of a dilemma. Actually, it wasn't really a dilemma. Zhang Xiaohua just wanted to stand out in a low-key manner. But these people in front of him, who didn't know that he was an expert. If not for this, Zhang Kai wouldn't have pointed at him and scolded him. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father, don't be angry. Your good son will go now. What do you think?" "Go where? The cucumbers are already cold. What's the use of you going now?" Zhang Kai looked at this unfilial son and was still fuming. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and was a bit speechless. What was wrong with his father? It was said that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. But this power didn't belong to his father. When did his sense of responsibility become so inflated? Seeing that there weren't many people around, Zhang Xiaohua whispered to Lu Kai, "Brother Kai, pay attention to protect my father. Don't let anything happen to him. I'll be back soon." Lu Kai's face was nervous and said, "Xiaohua, where are you going? Giving such a difficult task to me, I feel burdened in my heart." Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "I'm going to the side alley to relieve myself." Sigh, everyone collapsed. Chapter 384. Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked into the dark alley. Looking around, he really looked like a young man who was secretly urinating. However, when he reached the darkness, he twisted his body as usual and suddenly disappeared. The quiet alley seemed as if no one had ever been there. After Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared in another place, he didn't waste any time and leaped onto the roof. His feet didn't touch the ground as he chased after a certain place. Yes, it was indeed a roof that didn't touch the ground. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was indeed useful. However, there was also a drawback. It was like a person standing at a very high place overlooking Lu Town. Everything was in his eyes, but everything was clear and there was no distinction of importance. Just like just now, when Zhang Xiaohua heard Wu Nyang's narration, he released his divine sense to search. However, Lu Town was so big. Although Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could barely cover it, if the black figure didn't leave hurriedly on the roof, he might not be able to track him down. At this time, after a delay, the black figure had gone far away. It seemed that he had escaped the range of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. A 7-year-old girl was at the age of flower buds. If something happened to her, her life would be over. Zhang Xiaohua chased after the black figure with all his might. At the same time, he carefully recalled the records of the divine sense in the Carefree Heart Sutra. He wanted to find the technique of using the divine sense in order to overcome the shortcoming of using the divine sense crudely. Half a cup of tea's time passed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't find the answer he was looking for from the Carefree Heart Sutra. This Carefree Heart Sutra was just a basic cultivation method. It only talked about the methods of drawing qi into the body and refining qi. For other magical powers, it only explained the things to pay attention to, but there wasn't the slightest bit of technique to use. Presumably, there wasn't a unified standard for the use of the divine sense. Perhaps each family had their own secret method, so this sutra didn't have any records. While Zhang Xiaohua was pondering, a black shadow jumped out from another place in her divine sense. It was also holding a black object under its armpit and running in another direction. Zhang Xiaohua was startled, but she immediately understood. No wonder she couldn't find him after chasing him all the way. She thought she had made a mistake and didn't see that the black-clothed man's qigong was extremely brilliant. It turned out that this guy actually had some foresight. He first hid for a moment, then changed directions to avoid being tracked. Fortunately, this bastard's patience was not enough. If he had waited for her to chase him out of the city before he came out, she would have suffered unspeakable hardships and lost face in front of her father for nothing. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little angry. She didn't do anything in the air, but she immediately changed direction and floated towards that guy like a ghost. Maybe it was because Zhang Xiaohua was extremely afraid of death, or maybe it was because Zhang Xiaohua was extremely talented in qigong. In short, his levitation technique and escape technique would rapidly improve after a period of time. Under his deliberate use, in the night, his figure actually showed signs of blurring. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as fast as the wind. Although the black-clothed man was very careful and tried his best to escape, Zhang Xiaohua also didn't have the intention of letting a long line to catch a big fish. So, in the next moment, she had already caught up to that guy's back. Thinking that Zhang Xiaohua was using levitation technique, the tip of her feet basically didn't stop on the roof to borrow strength. Therefore, although that black-clothed man pricked up his ears, he didn't hear any strange movements. It wasn't until the last moment when Zhang Xiaohua approached that the black-clothed man seemed to have a warning in his heart and suddenly wanted to turn around. How could Zhang Xiaohua let him see her face? She stretched out her left hand and grabbed the back of that guy's neck as if she was pinching a chicken. According to Zhang Xiaohua's previous thinking, as long as her left hand exerted a little force, this guy's neck would be broken. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to exert more force, she didn't know why she suddenly thought of the little kitten lying under the carriage on the snow with its 4 legs twitching. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart, I don't know where this black-clothed man came from. I also don't know if his hands are stained with blood. Forget it, let's just let the authorities scratch their heads. There's no need for me to think about this nonsense. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua slightly reduced the force in her hand, the black-clothed man immediately fainted. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and immediately stretched out her right hand to catch the thing that was about to fall from the black-clothed man's armpit. It was a burlap sack. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and chose an empty platform. Landing, she caught the bright moonlight and opened the burlap sack, revealing a delicate and pretty little girl. Her eyes were tightly closed and her breathing was even. The black-clothed man must have fed her some medicine or sealed her acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Sealing acupoints was a martial arts technique. He had only been sealed before and had never practiced it. Therefore, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he was fed medicine, he would be helpless. Thinking about it, it was better to leave these things to the experts. He just needed to send the child back safely. Finished thinking, Zhang Xiaohua carried one in each hand and was about to be sensible. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. This black-clothed man did such a repulsive thing in the middle of the night. He must not be a good person. Even if I don't know if he should be killed, I can't let him go so easily. If I hand him over to the authorities, with the corruption of the authorities, they will definitely fine him and let him go. That would really be letting him off easy. Not knowing why, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Misty School's disciple who had his dantian destroyed and his martial arts crippled. I don't have internal energy, but don't I have true qi? Even though I haven't trained my lower dantian, I know the location of my lower dantian. Either way, I'll use this bastard to practice. It can be considered as making good use of trash. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and put down the gunny sack. He stretched out his index finger and pointed at the location of the black-clothed man's lower dantian. Just as his finger touched the skin, a stream of true qi entered his body and directly pierced his dantian. The black-clothed man's internal energy that he had painstakingly cultivated immediately dissipated in his body following the destruction of his dantian. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to withdraw his true qi. Instead, after the black-clothed man's dantian was destroyed, his true qi circled around his dantian for a while and then wandered through his meridians for a while before withdrawing it back into his body. Zhang Xiaohua sat under the moonlight and used his finger to scratch his chin. He thought to himself, the lower dantian is where the internal energy of martial arts is stored. It is like a warehouse. As long as the walls are pushed down, the internal energy inside will run out. Because the warehouse is destroyed, no matter how much one cultivates, they will not be able to accumulate internal energy. Therefore, their martial arts will be crippled. The meridians of the immortal path and martial arts are interlinked. It's just that the true qi is different. One is heaven and earth yuan qi, while the other is self-cultivated internal energy. Sai, the person who created the martial arts, was really a talented person. He could even think of such an unimaginable method. It's a pity that the immortal path is not only about drawing true qi into the body, but also tempering the meridians. Even my own middle dantian has long been tempered to the point where it is like an impenetrable fortress. How could it be so easily broken by someone using true qi? Moreover, because martial arts cannot temper the meridians, the talent of the martial arts practitioner is the most important. This talent is not only about comprehension, but more importantly, the width of the meridians in the body. If the same level of comprehension is used, the wider the meridians and the larger the dantian will definitely have a brighter future. This can't be compared to the cultivation methods of the immortal path, which can continuously temper and widen the meridians. There is unlimited room for improvement. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua still somewhat underestimated the martial arts. No matter what, the martial arts were also based on the immortal path. How could the creator of the martial arts not understand the principles within? It's just that the cultivation methods of the martial arts were also divided according to the creator. Moreover, because the martial arts had existed for tens of thousands of years, a profound internal strength cultivation method would also have various branches. Each branch would have a unique aspect. Therefore, in Zhang Xiaohua's era, high-level cultivation methods that could temper the meridians were actually rare. However, it was not like what Zhang Xiaohua thought, that the cultivation methods of the martial arts simply did not have the effect of tempering the meridians. After understanding the principle of breaking the dantian and abolishing the cultivation of internal strength, Zhang Xiaohua also laughed. The person who could think of such a vicious method was also a genius. If the dantian was broken by the internal strength, there would be no chance to repair it. It was really killing without spilling blood. It was even more sinister than using a small sword to cut the throat. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky. It was already late. Presumably, her father and the others were also waiting anxiously. Then, she picked up the sack and used the levitation technique to run to the place where she came from. Not long after, she had already arrived at the corner of the square. At this time, the gongs and drums in the square were still playing. The dragon and lion dance had not stopped. She saw that outside the small alley that Fifth Mother ran out from just now, there was still a group of people standing. Among them, there were two yamen runners who were holding two lanterns in their hands. They had an impatient expression as they listened to Fifth Mother's crying and complaining. Beside Fifth Mother, there was a rather down-and-out middle-aged scholar. He squatted there, hugging his head and sighing from time to time. Sometimes, he even slapped his own mouth and muttered something. As for her father and the others, they were also standing at the side, watching from afar. They were still looking around, as if they were looking for her traces. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua exerted force with her left hand and threw the black-clothed man in front of them. Then, her right hand was not idle. Following the black-clothed man's position, she also gently threw the sack over. The two yamen runners were listening impatiently. Suddenly, their vision turned black. A black object fell in front of their eyes with a "pa" sound. Then, another black object followed and fell right on top of the previous object. When they looked carefully, there was an open sack on top, and a masked black-clothed man was below it. The expressions of the two yamen runners changed greatly. They immediately threw the lanterns to the side, shook their hands and pulled out the padao from their waists. They shouted loudly, "Who? Who?" It was fine if they did not shout. Once they shouted, it was obvious that they were timid. "Please collect, please tip, thank you." Chapter 385. The two yamen runners took out their swords and pretended to scold around. Where was the shadow of a person to be seen? However, Fifth Mother did not care about their show. She just stared at the black-clothed man on the ground. Then, she turned her gaze to the open gunny sack. Her eyes were filled with surprise. She ran over quickly and opened the gunny sack with a few hands, revealing the little girl who was unconscious with her eyes closed. The woman shouted loudly, "Father of the child, come quickly. It's our Zizi. She has been rescued." The middle-aged scholar who was squatting on the ground and regretting slapping his face immediately stood up and wanted to go over there. Perhaps because he had squatted for a long time, his legs were numb. After taking a few steps, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. However, the scholar hurriedly got up, as if he did not care about the mud on his body and face. He quickly walked over. When he saw his daughter, he smiled like a child and said, "Zizi, Zizi, it's really Zizi. God knows." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the child's face. Only then did he realize that his hand was full of mud. He quickly wiped his hand on his clothes and then carefully stretched out his hand again. He was afraid that his hand would dirty the child's face, but he also wanted to personally verify the existence of the child with his hand. He could only gently touch the child's little face and brush the hair on her face before he retracted his hand with relief. Wunyang carried Zizi back from the gunny sack. The scholar saw the black-clothed man on the ground. Instantly, a fierce light appeared in his eyes. He raised his foot and stomped on the black-clothed man's body. He kept cursing as he stomped on the black-clothed man. When Zhang Kai and the others were watching, Zhang Xiaohua quietly walked over from behind. When they saw him coming over, everyone's faces showed a smile. Even Yubiha's husband looked at him with stars in his eyes. It seemed that he had not recovered from the fact that there was really such a powerful person around him. Lu Kai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you took quite a long time to urinate." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "Oh, I can't help it. Uncle Li is really enthusiastic. He let me drink so much wine. Young people digest well. As long as I go more often, please don't blame me." Zhang Kai laughed and scolded, "When did you learn to be so glib?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, you've wronged the boy. The boy is very honest." Then, he looked in that direction and said, "Uncle Li, since the people from the government are already here, and the person who kidnapped the girl has also run back, let's go back quickly. It's already late, it's better to rest early." Zhang Kai also knew Zhang Xiaohua's problem, so he said, "Sai, young people lack sleep. Brother Li, let's go. I've already seen the Lantern Festival. It's really eye-opening. If I have time next year, I'll have to ask you again." Old shopkeeper Li smiled even more brilliantly and said, of course, you're welcome to harass me, you're welcome to harass me." With that, everyone prepared to return home. However, at this moment, a new situation suddenly occurred. The scholar stepped on the man in black with all his strength, and the two yamen runners howled for a long time but still couldn't see a shadow. They were about to put away their padao and come over to watch. In fact, the two of them were half happy and half worried. They were happy because they caught the thief effortlessly. Of course, it was a great merit. They were worried because this person was obviously from Jianghu and was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. It was like a hot potato that was forced into their hands. The black-clothed man had only fainted from Zhang Xiaohua's grip. After the fall and the scholar's ferocious assault, he slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he did not quite understand what had just happened. However, what had just happened was not important. What was important was how to escape from here. In front of him, there were only two people who wanted to go forward but didn't dare to. The one who was trying to step on him was a weak scholar. The little girl was still unconscious, and there were only a group of men and women in plain clothes surrounding him. These people were just like ants in his eyes. Why would he care about them? The man in black understood his situation. He grabbed the scholar's foot and was about to throw him away with his strength. At this time, he found that he couldn't mobilize his genuine qi. Then, he checked his genuine qi and his face immediately turned pale. His inner strength was abolished. What should he do? Thinking of this, the man in black used all his strength to pull the scholar down. Then, he turned around and forcibly took the little girl from Wunyang's hands. He held her with his left hand, and then took out a dagger from his arms with his right hand and put it on the child's neck. He screamed, get out of the way, or I'll kill this child." When the two yamen runners saw that the man in black had woken up, they were scared witless and immediately ran away. The surrounding people were also stunned and didn't know what to do. Wunyang rushed over from the side and begged while crying, "Hero, please kidnap me. Please put down the child, okay?" The man in black kicked Wunyang aside and scolded, what's the use of keeping you? You're already an old noob. Zhang Xiaohua, who was about to leave in the distance, saw this and immediately put her hand into her arms. At this time, the scholar, who had just been pulled down by the man in black, took advantage of the moment when the man in black turned his attention to Wunyang and pounced on him desperately. One of his hands first grabbed the sharp blade of the dagger on the child's neck, and the other hand grabbed the man in black's wrist. Then, he stretched out his head and bit the man's hand that was holding the dagger. The man in black screamed in pain and raised his leg to kick the scholar's waist. However, even if the scholar was in pain, he still didn't let go. Blood immediately flowed from his hand that was holding the dagger and dripped on the child's fair neck. The man in black kept kicking, but the scholar seemed to be determined. He gritted his teeth and didn't let go. Immediately, blood also flowed from the man in black's hand. The man in black was even more nervous. He held the girl with one hand and used his other hand to snatch the dagger back. His other leg also kept kicking the scholar. Seeing that the scholar was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, the people who were watching by the side couldn't stand it anymore. Someone shouted, "Old and young men, this is our Lu town's villagers. We must not let this bad guy hurt our child. Charge, trample him to death, let's see how arrogant he can be." As he shouted, a short and fat man led the crowd out and ran towards the man in black. Since there was a big brother leading the way, the others also rushed up like the wind. When the man in black saw this, his eyes revealed a look of horror. He didn't expect that the man in black, who usually looked like a yes-man and timid, would have a hot-blooded side. He quickly let go of his right hand and threw the girl aside. At this time, the scholar was also exhausted and could no longer hold on to the man's wrist. His hand loosened and the man in black broke free. The man in black no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly tried to find a way to escape. Unfortunately, he was already surrounded in the span of a few breaths. Seeing this scene, Zhang Xiaohua didn't take out her small sword. She knew that the man in black's internal strength had been destroyed and was about the same as an ordinary person. With so many villagers around, he might not be able to escape. When the man in black saw that the crowd had surrounded him, he waved the dagger in his hand up and down and said fiercely, "Whoever dares to come up, I'll take his life." After saying that, he walked in a direction. The people in front of him immediately hid outside in fear. It was okay to make a scene, but they couldn't hurt their own lives. When the man in black saw this, he was overjoyed. Just as he was about to rush out, he heard a person in front of him shout, "We can't let him escape. If he comes back to snatch girls in the future, what should we do? Come on, burn this evil man to death." After saying that, a lantern flew out of thin air and smashed onto the man in black. With a "tang" sound, the lantern was ignited and the man in black's clothes were immediately set ablaze. When the crowd saw this, their eyes lit up and the lanterns in their hands were thrown at the man. In an instant, countless lanterns gathered together and burned. The man in black immediately became a burning fireball. No matter how he swatted at the lanterns or even rolled on the ground, he couldn't extinguish the fire on his body. The man in black was burned until he screamed in pain. Even so, the burning lanterns were still thrown at him. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua completely took out her hand from her chest. She muttered, "The ancients said, the most brilliant martial arts, in the vast sea of people's war, are also helpless. There is no need to deceive." Amidst the flames, the man in black gradually stopped howling, and his rolling body also stopped. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and sighed, saying, "Let's go, Uncle Li. It's really late. If we don't leave now, I'm going to fall asleep here." The people by the side were also dumbstruck. They really didn't expect that the man in black would end up like this. He was burned alive. Even if they knew that the man in black was doing bad things, but seeing such a miserable state, they still couldn't bear to see it. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's urging, they also suppressed the emotions in their eyes and walked out along the edge of the square. And the eyes of the commoners who were watching the man in black's burning body actually sparkled with excitement. On the way, Zhang Xiaohua and the others didn't speak. They only walked silently under Li Jinfeng's lead. Walking in the middle of the crowd, the two women's faces were also a little pale. Their eyes flickered, as if the scene just now had left a deep impression on them. When they returned to the Li family, no one had the slightest desire to sleep. Old shopkeeper Li set up a table in the hall and asked people to brew hot tea. Everyone drank a cup, only then did they warm up. They looked at each other with lingering fear. Li Jinfeng said, "It's really too shocking. I really didn't expect that it would end up like this." Everyone nodded. Only Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Brother Li, what did you think would end up like this?" Li Jinfeng was a little speechless, saying, "At first, I thought that the man in black would be taken away by the yamen runners. But I didn't expect that when the man in black took out his dagger, the one who ran first was the one who shouldn't have run the least." Chapter 386. Yes, Li Jinfeng was speechless. The government that he had high hopes for had given him the most disappointing answer. What else could he say? But Li Jinfeng's lips were still trembling slightly, "But to burn that person to death, it's really cruel," Lu Kai added. Seeing that the younger generation in the hall were all discussing, the four old men sitting at the head of the table were silent. Zhang Kai was a little better. Although he was older, he only lived in Guizhuang House. The hatred of the villagers was all in the open. Most of them were rumors and gossip. It was rare for someone to actually do something like this. He had also never seen so many people vent their anger on one person and burn him to death. For a moment, he was not used to it. Old shopkeeper Li and old shopkeeper Yu were not the same. They lived in Lu Town and had seen many petty thieves. In their business dealings, it was not uncommon to see despicable methods. Especially last time, when old shopkeeper Li's family was almost wiped out by the mountain bandits, his mentality had already changed slightly. Towards such evildoers, they were afraid that they would not be able to get rid of them completely. Old shopkeeper Yu was the same. Of course, even if the two of them wanted the black-clothed man to receive the punishment he deserved, they had never thought that it would end like this today. However, they had forgotten what this deserved punishment actually was. The two of them looked at Zhang Kai's expression and were about to speak when they heard Zhang Xiaohua cough and clear his throat, as if he wanted to speak. Thus, the two of them immediately looked at each other and then at Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, the young man in front of them was the main character of tonight. They knew very well that if Zhang Xiaohua did not use the excuse of going to the toilet to escape and capture the black-clothed man from afar, how could there be a family reunion and a follow-up story? However, since Zhang Xiaohua did not explicitly say that he was the one who captured the black-clothed man, even if they asked now, Zhang Xiaohua might not admit it. Everyone in the hall had the same thought, so when they heard Zhang Xiaohua cough, they immediately quieted down. They all looked at him with longing eyes, wanting to know what this expert wanted to say. Zhang Xiaohua cleared her throat and said, "Daddy, I'll sleep with you later. You don't have to worry about me after you put me on the con." Clang! 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 Some of them fell to the ground, and some of them dropped their teacups. No one had thought that Zhang Xiaohua would say something like that. Zhang Xiaohua looked innocently at the people who were shocked by her and said with a smile, "Actually, I know that everyone is shocked by the fate of the man in black tonight. But if you think about it carefully, you might be able to find a reasonable explanation. Xiaohua, don't talk nonsense. Everyone here is older than you. Who doesn't have as much experience as you? Who is it your turn to speak?" If it was martial arts, Zhang Kai would not object. But when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to speak frankly, he felt that his son was exaggerating. Who in front of him wasn't a learned person? Only he and his son came from the countryside. If they didn't speak well, wouldn't they be laughed at? At this time, Mr. Liu, who had been silent for a long time, waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhang, age has always been the appearance. If we talk about experience, everyone may not have the experience that Xiaohua has. At such a young age, she entered the Jianghu that we have never entered. Now it has been 6 years. I think she must have a lot of feelings." Share it with us so that we won't be suspicious of her. Li Jinfeng also said with a smile, Xiaohua, just say it. Uncle is just protecting you. I'm afraid you'll mess it up. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Kai and saw that he didn't have any expression. Then she said, I'm just expressing my feelings. If it's not good, please add on. Actually, in the end, it's still human nature. Didn't you see when the black-clothed man just woke up? Everyone was so scared that they hid far away. Although the black-clothed man kidnapped Zai, no one went forward. Until Zai's father went forward as if he didn't care about his life, but the black-clothed man wasn't as powerful as they thought. He killed the man with a knife. Then, when the black-clothed man left Zai and wanted to rush out with a knife, everyone was afraid of implicating themselves, so they all moved aside. If you want to talk about power, it's still the leader. If he didn't stand up at that time, the black-clothed man would probably have run away. Would you have let him run away? Yu Biha asked softly. Who knows? Anyway, it didn't happen. It's hard to say. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yu Biha and said in a mysterious tone. Yu Biha's face was slightly red. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I think that at that time, it was that person who threw the lantern at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man actually didn't have the strength to fight back. When everyone saw how the black-clothed man was beaten up, they knew that they didn't have any qualms about their own safety. That's why they all surrounded him, wanting to experience the pleasure of bullying the strong. They all threw the lanterns in their hands. But the black-clothed man is a martial arts expert. Why didn't he have the strength to fight back? Yu Biha seemed to be a curious baby and continued to ask. This is the punishment of the heavens. Zhang Xiaohua said decisively. Mr. Lu said thoughtfully, if that's the case, Little Blossom, what you're saying is that everyone isn't acting bravely for a just cause and stepping forward bravely. Instead, they're using the attitude of a strong person to wreak havoc on the mentality of the weak? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. Mr. Lu, it's because you can get the pleasure from bullying the powerless strong that you didn't have before. Or maybe it's because you were bullied by the strong in the past. Today, you treated the black-clothed man as an illusion and did such a shocking action. Of course, it's also because of Zai's experience that made people angry. That's why. As she said that, Zhang Xiaohua's voice became softer and softer. Then she sat there and didn't say anything else. Seeing that everyone in the hall had a serious expression, frowning and thinking while waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Zhang Kai awkwardly coughed and said, that Xiaohua is a bit tired and has already fallen asleep. Let's stop here tonight. Cough, cough. At this time, Mr. Lu suddenly understood and said with a smile, 5 years ago, I saw Xiaohua sleeping soundly. Today, I saw it again. Lu Kai, Yu and Jin Feng, sent Xiaohua to the guest room. The others who didn't know what was going on all sighed in their hearts, strange people, no wonder they reserved a place to sleep before talking. Sure enough. However, Mr. Lu's arrangement was a waste. Zhang Xiaohua's body was very light. Although she was already 18 years old and taller than Lu Kai could carry her on his shoulder without any effort. Lu Kai wasn't too surprised. He had already heard Lu Qian muttering about it. Only Li Jinfeng was surprised when he heard it. He didn't think that his younger sister's husband had such a good physique. It seemed like his younger sister was blessed. It was already past midnight. Although everyone didn't feel sleepy, they still needed to rest. As for who could sleep, only each person knew. The next day, it was already the 16th of the first month. Since they had already seen the lanterns, Lu Town didn't have anything to miss. Zhang Xiaohua followed her father, Mr. Lu, and the others to buy some things on the streets of Lu Town. They brought some gifts back to the Guizhuang house. However, when they were shopping, Zhang Kai was a little reluctant. From time to time, he would whisper to Zhang Xiaohua, it's just the new year. Since the new year has already passed, don't waste any more money. The family doesn't have much income and the money is used up. Seeing that Jian is already born, raising a child in this era is very tiring. He still has to go to school in the future, so it's better to use the money in the right way. Some things are better bought at the Guizhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood her father's feelings and didn't say much. She just followed Zhang Kai's wishes and bought some things. Mr. Liu was a little better. It was obvious that the in-laws didn't buy much and she couldn't steal the limelight too much. In the end, everyone also bought some gifts for Jian. It was far from the extravagant shopping scene that Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. When they returned to the Guizhuang house, everything in the house was the same as before. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't follow them as usual. There were still 2 little girls in Pingyang City who needed her to send them back to Carefree City. Moreover, her second brother, Zhang Xiaohu, whose whereabouts were unknown. If she couldn't find out where her second brother was, her cultivation would be in vain. After lunch, Zhang Xiaohua first stayed in front of her grandmother's grave for a while. Then, she went to the bamboo forest behind her small courtyard. She roughly looked around and then returned to the central room. At this time, Mr. Liu had already returned to his own house to rest. Only Zhang Kai was dozing off in the central room. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't disturb him. She went out and called her eldest brother, Zhang Kai, over. Then, she woke Zhang Kai up. Zhang Kai asked sleepily, "Is there anything?" "Xiaolong." Zhang Xiaolong spread out his hands and said, "Father, Xiaohua asked me to come." Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, "Father, do you think we have enough money now?" Zhang Kai frowned and said, "We have enough." "What's wrong?" "Xiaohua, is it because you didn't have anything in town this morning and are too embarrassed to ask?" "No, father. What can I buy?" "It's just that when you bought something in the morning, I felt a little distressed." Zhang Xiaolong next to her said with some shame, "Xiaohua, it's all your eldest brother's fault. I don't know how to make a living. I can only dig for food in the soil. These few years, we relied on the banknotes you brought back to renovate the small courtyard and build another one next to it. Father must be worried that the banknotes aren't enough. That's why you can't bear to part with them. Moreover, the banknotes are still left for." He seemed to be unable to say the rest of his words. Zhang Xiaohua listened and said with a smile, "Look at what you're saying, eldest brother. I brought the banknotes back for the family to spend. When I find second brother, naturally, there will be a share for him." Then, she stretched out her hand and hooked her index finger and said, "Father, eldest brother, come. I'll show you something good." After that, she walked out of the central room. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong were confused. It wasn't that they didn't think that Zhang Xiaohua was looking for those banknotes, but these banknotes should be looked at in the room. Why did she run out to show off? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua actually picked up a hoe from the wall. And, she also let Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong each take one. What is she trying to do? Chapter 387. Zhang Xiaohua took the hoe, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong took the hoe, shovel, and other tools, and came to the bamboo forest behind the house. Finding the empty space that they had chosen earlier, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the place and said, "Big brother, come, let's dig a big hole here." Zhang Xiaolong looked at the empty space, and then looked at Zhang Xiaohua's serious expression. He spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva into his hand, picked up the hoe and was about to dig the ground. But at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been releasing her divine sense, saw a villager pass by their house. She quickly pulled her big brother's hand and said, "Wait a moment, big brother, someone passed by." Zhang Kai frowned and said softly, "Xiaohua, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiaohua also frowned. She suddenly patted her forehead with her hand and said with a bitter smile, "Io, father, big brother, I thought wrong. Let's go back to the house." Finished speaking, she walked back to the courtyard without looking back. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong looked at her, and then looked at each other. They didn't say anything, and took the tools and followed her back to the small courtyard. When they entered the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua was standing in the courtyard in a daze. She seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Xiaolong took the shovel from Zhang Kai's hand and was about to put it in the corner. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Big brother, wait a moment, I still need to use it." Finished speaking, she turned her head and said, "Father, big brother, come to this house." "Oh, right, I'll go and lock the courtyard door." Zhang Xiaohua locked the courtyard door and brought the two people to her small house. As soon as they entered the house, Zhang Kai asked, "Xiaohua, what are you doing? If you want to give us banknotes, then take them out. It's not like your father hasn't seen banknotes before. What are you afraid of?" Even Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled. "Yes, isn't it just banknotes? What was the hoe for?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at their confusion and scratched her chin with her fingers. She smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, in fact, I really have something good to show you. But don't be surprised and don't make a fuss. This is very important." Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong frowned at the same time, but they also thought about it and nodded. What a joke. How old were they? What was there to fuss about? Seeing that both of them had agreed, Zhang Xiaohua was still secretly laughing in his heart. Actually, he had only said so much to give them some mental preparation. If they were not surprised and did not make a fuss, then he would make a fuss instead. Presumably, he took out the money pouch from his bosom. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua take out the money pouch, the two of them were even more surprised. After so many years, why hadn't Xiaohua changed this old money pouch? Even if he took out a stack of banknotes, they wouldn't make such a fuss. However, what happened next left them dumbfounded. They saw that in the spacious hut, a huge wooden box suddenly appeared inexplicably. "Hey!" the two of them shouted at the same time. "You, Xiaohua, what's going on?" Looking at the surprise of her father and big brother, Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this effect. She smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, this is my savings." "Oh, yes, it's also my spoils of war. I got it from the bandits when I went to Shitsui Mountain to save sister-in-law Lu last time." "Ah." The two of them suddenly realized and said, "I see. But, where did you put it?" Zhang Xiaohua shook the money pouch in her left hand and said, "I put it here. However, this thing is very mysterious. Only I can see it. No one else can see it." Zhang Kai just looked at the very ordinary money pouch. He seemed to be considering the authenticity of Zhang Xiaohua's words. Zhang Xiaolong reached out to take the money pouch. Zhang Xiaohua naturally handed it over. Sure enough, no matter how Zhang Xiaolong looked, there were only two small stones, some scattered silver, a few banknotes. There was no big box. And it was impossible to have such a big box. Throwing the money pouch to Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Xiaolong looked at Zhang Kai. Zhang Kai didn't know what to say at this time. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Daddy, big brother, don't you want to see what's inside?" Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Of course, we want to. Open it quickly." Walking to the front of the box, Zhang Xiaohua was about to open it. Zhang Kai shouted, "Xiaolong, close the door first." Zhang Xiaohua had been releasing her divine sense. Of course, she knew that no one would see it. Zhang Xiaolong walked to the door and looked at the quiet courtyard. He carefully closed the door and locked it carefully. Only then did he return to Zhang Xiaohua's side. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, why don't you open it yourself? But remember, don't scream." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua being so mysterious, Zhang Xiaolong was already prepared in his heart. So, he also smiled and went forward, opening the lid of the box casually. However, even if he and Zhang Kai were already prepared in their hearts, when they saw the box full of gold, they were still petrified. After a cup of tea's time, the two of them recovered. Their first reaction was Zhang Xiaolong immediately closed the lid of the box tightly. Looking around, it was as if there was someone spying on them. Zhang Kai also asked quietly, "Xiaohua, this thing, who else knows about it?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Daddy, big brother, there was one person just now, now there are 3 people. Good. Zhang Kai nodded and slowly paced back and forth. Not to mention that Zhang Kai was just a farmer in the countryside, even a noble person like Mr. Liu would drool at the sight of this box of gold and silver. He naturally had to consider it carefully. After pacing back and forth a few times, Zhang Kai waved his hand and a word jumped out: dig. Good, clean and efficient. Nonsense, why would I not want the things my son brought back? In the future, I won't have to be so stingy. After receiving his father's order, Zhang Xiaolong spat 5 or 6 mouthfuls of saliva on his hand in one breath. He gathered his strength and started digging in the open space of the hut. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua happily took the hoe and dug with her big brother. However, she hadn't worked with her big brother for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have returned to her childhood in the fields. However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua digging far away from him, Zhang Xiaolong was puzzled and asked, "Xiaohua, why are you so far away from me? I won't touch you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Let's dig a bigger hole. There are still a few boxes." Zhang Xiaolong staggered and almost threw away the hoe in his hand. "What are you talking about? A box is enough to scare people to death. You actually have a few boxes?" To say that father and son go to war, brothers dig holes, was really not a joke. In less than the time it took to eat a meal, the entire open space of the hut was dug into a deep hole. Zhang Kai was right. Zhang Xiaohua should stay in the village to farm. The holes in the hut were basically the fruits of his labor. Zhang Xiaolong was so tired that he was panting after digging more than half of it. Only Zhang Xiaohua was working hard for her family. After the preparation work was done, one box after another appeared neatly in the dug hole. Including the one that was just taken out, there were 5 boxes. At this time, Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong's attention was no longer on how Zhang Xiaohua took out the boxes. Instead, it was on the boxes that Zhang Xiaohua took out. Zhang Xiaohua didn't find it troublesome. She also put the box outside the hole into the hole. Only then did she stand at the side proudly. This time, Zhang Kai personally jumped into the pit and opened the chests one by one. Of the 5 chests, except for 2 that were filled with jewels, the other 3 were filled with shiny gold. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong stood in the waist-deep hole and walked back and forth. They looked at this and touched that. They really couldn't believe that this shocking wealth was now theirs. After a while, Zhang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "Xiaolong, close the lid and bury the box." "Okay, Dad." Zhang Xiaolong agreed loudly. After Zhang Xiaolong and Zhang Xiaohua buried the box with the soil that they dug out, there was still a lot of soil left in the hut. Zhang Xiaolong pointed to the soil and said, "Xiaohua, you just took out a lot of things from the money bag. You can put the soil back. Just treat it as a weight scale." Zhang Xiaohua knew that he wanted to be lazy and said, "Big brother, I can't take these. Even if the weight is ordinary, the value is far from it. Don't think about being lazy. I just dug the hole. This soil is yours." Hee hee. Zhang Xiaolong didn't realize that he was exposed. He opened the door and poked his head out to take a look. He took the things back and scattered the soil in the yard with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, there is no one outside the yard. Don't worry. No one knows about today's matter." "Oh, that's good. That's good." Zhang Xiaolong laughed foolishly. It was just like how Zhang Xiaohua felt when she saw a box full of gold. The 3 of them sat down in the central room. Zhang Xiaohua poured tea. Zhang Kai and Zhang Xiaolong's eyes were a bit unfocused. They drank the tea in their cups mechanically. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything. She just drank and refined the energy of heaven and earth in the water. At her current level of qi refining, the energy in the water was almost negligible. However, no matter how small a fly was, it was still meat. With Zhang Xiaohua's temperament, how could she let it go? When the pot of tea was about to be finished, she saw that Zhang Kai's unfocused eyes gradually became spirited. the corner of his mouth also revealed a smile. He glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and put down the teacup in his hand. At this time, Zhang Xiaolong's eyes also focused. He smiled and looked at Zhang Kai. He also put down the teacup. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, big brother, it seems that you have already thought about how to deal with it. This matter is very troublesome. I don't know how to deal with it. Anyway, the money is spent by you. I don't need it. You can do as you see fit." Zhang Kai smiled and said, "Xiaohua, you are lazy. However, it doesn't matter. There is father, mother, and your big brother and sister-in-law at home. You don't need to worry. You just need to bring those things home." Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaolong also smiled. He looked lovingly at his little brother who was almost as tall as him. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Then, father, how are you going to use the gold? I have thought for a long time, but I still can't think of a way to not attract attention. This is really too easy to deal with." Zhang Kai smiled and said, "I remember that Mr. Liu often said that doing something beyond one's ability is playing with fire." Chapter 388. He remembered that Xu Yucihang said that Zhang Xiaohua was ungrateful. This knot in her heart should be untied here. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Father, why don't I understand what you're saying?" Zhang Kai smiled and said, "What I mean is that if we don't use this huge amount of wealth, we won't attract attention, right?" Ah! Zhang Xiaohua felt dizzy and said, "Since father doesn't want to spend this money, why should I take it out?" Zhang Kai said meaningfully, "You taking it out and not taking it out, of course, is completely different. In fact, Xiaohua, the banknotes you brought back 5 years ago haven't been used up. Your mother has always been frugal and saved it for you to marry a wife. Your elder brother didn't spend much money to build a house, so it doesn't matter if you take out the gold or not. However, since you took out such a huge amount of wealth, doesn't our family have a plan in mind? Even if we spend all the banknotes now, there is still the gold in the house as a foundation, right? Tell me, is there any difference between this and not taking it out? Moreover, our family's current situation has already made some people jealous. If we go further, it will be easier to get into trouble. However, with you in the future, the family will be much better." In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood. Although there were a lot of banknotes, there would be a time when they would run out, and this time was not far away. Therefore, her mother and father were extremely frugal. They didn't buy what they shouldn't buy, and they didn't spend what they shouldn't spend. Now that they had gold that they couldn't spend in this lifetime, of course, there was a layer of barrier in their hearts. Naturally, they would let go of their hands and feet in their lives. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua also knew that her mother and father were used to farmers. How could they be extravagant? They naturally had their own sense of propriety. There was no need for her to say anything. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua probed, "Father, the things at home have been arranged. Do you think I should go? Leave?" Zhang Xiaolong shouted when he heard this and said, "Little Blossom, how many days have you been home? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Didn't father and mother tell you to stay at home and not go out?" Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "Big brother, there are still 2 girls waiting for me to send them to Pingyang City. They have already waited for more than 10 days. If I don't go back now, they will think that I have gone missing." Of course, he didn't plan to tell his family about this. After all, Nye Qianyu and Little Orange were being hunted by bad guys and were in danger. If he told his family, they would be worried. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Big brother, second brother hasn't been found yet, right? He's also been missing for many years. No one knows if he's dead or alive. I'll go look for him now and drag him back from that misty school. What do you think?" Then, she looked at Zhang Kai's gloomy face and added, "Dad, don't worry. I'm just going to look for second brother. I won't get involved in the misty school." Hearing this, Zhang Kai's face darkened even more. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, "This is bad. Sure enough, Zhang Kai stood up with a whoosh and shouted at Zhang Xiaohua, "Come here." After that, he walked out without looking back and went straight to her grandmother's grave outside the courtyard. He shouted, "Kneel down." Dad, Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. "Kneel down." Zhang Kai shouted again without hesitation. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand what her father meant, she still knelt down in grievance. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's aggrieved look, Zhang Kai's heart ached. However, he still hardened his heart and said, "Xiaohua, I want to ask you a few questions." "Dad, please ask." Zhang Xiaohua said softly while kneeling. "When we met your sister-in-law in Lu Town, who saved us?" "Hero 1 and Heroine Shui." "Then when you and Big Brother went to marry your sister-in-law, who saved you on the way?" "It was Hero Lu." "Where did you learn your martial arts?" "This?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. His Carefree Heart Sutra was accidentally obtained from the Misty School's library. Then, he slowly figured it out. If it was not taught by the Misty School, then this sutra was indeed obtained from the Misty School. Moreover, his Big Dipper Magical Fist and the most basic Arhat Fist were also taught by He Tianshu. If his martial arts had nothing to do with the Misty School, then he would be going against his conscience. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "I learned it from the Misty School's library." "When you first arrived in Pingyang City and went to that manor, was it the Misty School's property? Did they give you a job?" It was undeniable that Huanxi Manor was the property of the Misty School. In other words, it was the Misty School that indirectly gave Zhang Xiaohua his first job. Zhang Xiaohua nodded helplessly. "Did your second brother join the Misty School and gain the favor of the sect master to become her direct disciple?" This was exchanged with my life." Zhang Xiaohua explained anxiously. However, Zhang Kai did not listen. He only asked, "You're just saying yes or no?" "Yes." "Alright, then ask yourself in front of your grandmother. Can you cut ties with the Misty School? Regardless of whether the Misty School admits it or not, shouldn't you be the first to admit that it was the Misty School that helped you? Now that the Misty School is in trouble and I heard that it was destroyed, don't you have any thoughts about it? You even dare to say, if it wasn't for second brother Sun, what does the Misty School have to do with me? Ask your grandmother in the netherworld and see how she will answer you." These words struck Zhang Xiaohua's head like a bolt of lightning. With a swoosh, Zhang Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. Even the bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from the top of his head. "Yes, even if I'm not a disciple of the Misty School may not acknowledge me as a disciple. However, can I cut ties with the Misty School?" Seeing his son like this, Zhang Kai's expression softened. He said, "Xiaohua, be grateful. Remember, you must be grateful. Our family is poor and you left early. These 5 years, Father knows that your life has been difficult and dangerous. Father didn't fulfill his responsibility as a father and didn't teach you properly. This isn't your fault, it's all Father's fault. Our family has received a lot of kindness from the Misty School. They say that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. You must remember, we must repay the Misty School's kindness." Zhang Xiaohua cried in shame. He said, "I know, Father. I will definitely repay the Misty School's kindness. Father, when I first came back from the deserted island and heard about the Misty School, I wanted to avenge gang leader O and the others. However, I don't know why, but along the way, I feel more and more bored. I just want to cultivate quietly and don't want to be entangled by these mundane matters. Now that I think about it, I don't even know what I said just now. Maybe I just said it casually." "Yes, since you said it casually, then you must have such thoughts in your heart. I don't know about your cultivation of martial arts, but, Sai, let me talk about what happened yesterday. Since you caught that black-clothed man yesterday, you should have caught him thoroughly. Don't give him any chance to resist. Look at what you did yesterday, you almost made a mistake. I guess that Zizi's father was also seriously injured. Moreover, you even caused the black-clothed man to be burned to death. Father, I know I was wrong. I only wanted to catch him and hand him over to the authorities. Sigh, and last night, you talked about human nature in the Li family. I don't know much about it, so I didn't dare to disrespect you and didn't interrupt you. What you said may be reasonable, but I feel that although you can't be on guard against others, you shouldn't think too badly of others. I know that people in the Jianghu are sometimes very scheming, but justice is in people's hearts. Even if there's no heart, there's still God watching. Moreover, now that you have the ability, I don't want you to become a hero and be loved by others. I only hope that you can become an upright person, and use a grateful heart, a compassionate heart, and a chivalrous heart to face everyone. Zhang Xiaohua had never been lectured by her father in such a serious manner since she was young. She could only listen with tears in her eyes and nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, he said, "That's all I have to say. I won't say anything more. Kneel here and think carefully. If you understand, then go back to your room." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. When he was halfway there, he saw Guo Sufei running over in a hurry. Wasn't the person behind her Zhang Xiaolong who ran out just now? Seeing Zhang Kai angry and Zhang Xiaohua crying, Guo Sufei also shed tears. She glared fiercely at Zhang Kai, then ran over to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, don't mind your father. He's going senile." Zhang Xiaohua wiped away her tears and said, "No, mother, father is right. I was wrong. Please let me accompany grandmother and think about it carefully." Guo Sufei said, "Xiaohua, be good. It's so cold outside. If you want to think about it, you should go inside and think about it." Pfft, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Mother, I'm already 18. You should call Jian good." 18? Guo Sufei said, "You're already 18 and you're still crying?" Zhang Xiaohua wiped her tears again in embarrassment and said, "Don't cry, mother. Father hasn't scolded me for a long time. I'm just touched. Really, it's not cold outside. Please go back to your room. If you're here, I won't be able to think. Won't it be even more of a waste of time?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua refused to leave, Guo Sufei could only remind her, "Think about it carefully. Hurry up and think. I'll go and cook for you. When it's ready, I'll call you." After saying that, she was still worried. She turned around and hurried away. When her mother was far away, Zhang Xiaohua finally calmed down and carefully sorted out her thoughts. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had always had a very good impression of the Misty School, sect leader O, Wen Wenhai, Lu Mingyue, Xue Qing, He Tianshu, and the others. She was even more grateful to O Peng. However, when she found out about the secret of the Immortal Tao and discovered that her Carefree Heart Sutra was an item of the Immortal Tao, she knew that the Misty School was an Immortal Tao sect. When she thought about how O Peng had mysteriously asked her to copy the manual of her Big Dipper mystical fist, she was puzzled. Chapter 389. Of course, sect leader O wanted to exchange it for 3,000 taels of gold, so he didn't treat him badly. This little bit of doubt was nothing, but later on, he saw the sinister intentions of the Righteous Alliance on the ship, and saw many robberies and killings on the road. In particular, Zhang Xiaohua entered the realm of oneness of heaven and man twice in a short period of time, and was very lucky to be close to the way of heaven twice. What was the way of heaven? No one could say for sure. But heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. The way of heaven was the most ruthless. Zhang Xiaohua peeked at the way of heaven at such a close distance. Of course, it was inevitable that she was tainted with some of the way of heaven's consciousness. This was an extremely rare opportunity on his path of cultivation, but it had an extremely bad influence on the growth of his temperament. Therefore, when he encountered the attack on Nye Qianyu, he almost didn't want to come out. He wanted to quickly send her and Little Orange to the escort agency and let the escort them back to Carefree City, but deliberately threw the possibility of the bad guys chasing after them to the back of his mind. It was also because of this that he infinitely magnified his doubts about O Peng. He only wanted to withdraw himself from the whirlpool of the secular world, but deliberately forgot that the Misty School's disciples were good to him. It was also because of this that he hit the nail on the head, pointing out that small, hidden in the hearts of ordinary people, and the evil in human nature, but deliberately throwing aside the truth, kindness, and beauty in human nature. Although Zhang Kai was not knowledgeable, he could truly see the positive side of life, and see the inadequacies of his beloved son. It was also because of this that Zhang Xiaohua was completely enlightened and understood that she had gone astray. That's right. Swordsman Wen and swordswoman Xue saw our family being bullied by bullies in Lu Town. With a compassionate heart, they helped us regardless of the consequences. That's how my brother and sister-in-law became successful. Apart from Guozhuang, Master Lu also saved us with his chivalrous heart when he saw the bandits of Shitsui Mountain bullying my brother and me. He killed the 3 wolves of Shitsui Mountain with his own hands and did good to the area. The righteous path in the human world is full of vicissitudes. The righteous path is the most difficult, but it is extremely easy to commit evil. But if there is no righteous path, then how can there be fairness and justice in this world? However, this isn't the Righteous Alliance's righteous alliance. Look at those heroes from the Misty School, and look at the Righteous Alliance. They're really the classic example of selling dog meat under false pretenses. Since I have the means of the immortal Tao, I should rely on my chivalrous heart to do things with a clear conscience. My previous evasion was lacking. But why did I suddenly have such thoughts? What could he do? What can we do? Haha, thinking about what I did in the village a few days ago, I feel a little funny. When Zhang Xiaohua understood, he suddenly felt that his mind was lively and clear, and there was no longer the heavy sense of evasion like a few days ago. This kind of improvement of the mind had nothing to do with cultivation, and even more so, it had nothing to do with the Tao heart. Even if he had seen the evolution of the heavenly Tao for hundreds of millions of years, it was still completely useless. This was the cultivation of the heart of a person of the immortal Tao, and there was no shortcut at all. He respectfully kowtowed to his grandmother a few times and said, "Grandmother, please watch from the heavens. I will definitely be a righteous person. I will not do nothing for the sake of kindness, and do nothing for the sake of evil." After kowtowing, he patted the soil on his knees and stood up. Guo Sufei, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, immediately ran over and asked, "Xiaohua, are you tired? Are you cold?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, with my current physique, I am not afraid of any cold or heat, it's okay." Guo Sufei saw the gentle smile on her son's face, and was naturally happy and said, "Good, good, it's good that you are not afraid of the cold. You have been kneeling for the whole afternoon, quick, mother made you red braised pork, let's go eat." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohua agreed without hesitation. Guo Sufei was also very happy. Zhang Kai, who was pacing in the courtyard, saw Zhang Xiaohua come back with a calm expression, and his heart returned to his stomach. After dinner, the family did not stay in the small courtyard, and gathered at Zhang Xiaolong's place. Lu Qian had already gone to the field, but because of the village customs, she did not go out of the house, and only greeted the family in the house, and brewed tea. Zhang Jian was still holding the 2 primeval stones in his hand, sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the 2 primeval stones, and found that the origin energy in them did not decrease, and she also did not feel any fluctuation of origin energy in Zhang Jian's body. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled, the omen was so strong, why was there no change in Jian Er's body? That day, the golden array formation and the dense purple energy were all absorbed into his body. Could it be that I still have to rely on the immortal cultivation technique? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua secretly took out the Carefree Heart Sutra cultivation technique, and found an opportunity to call Zhang Xiaolong and Lu Qian to the side, and said in a low voice, "Big brother, sister-in-law, the gift I gave Jian last time, oh, that fist technique manual, is it still there?" Lu Qian said curiously, "It is, Xiaohua, it is at the bottom of my box, do you want it now?" "I will go get it." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "No need, I have already memorized that fist technique, there is no need for it." Then, she turned to Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Big brother, what do you think of my strength?" "It is very scary, you are good at farming." "Damn, big brother, can we not talk about this? Oh right, big brother, do you know where my strength comes from? Zhang Xiaolong was stunned and said, strength is not innate, could it be that you trained it from martial arts? Lu Qian was unusually intelligent, and immediately said in surprise, could it be that fist technique manual? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, sister-in-law is still the best, it is that fist technique manual. That is great, when Jian grows up, I can rest, the business of farming will be handed over to him. Zhang Xiaohua fainted, big brother, look at you. Lu Qian was angry, and said with her almond-shaped eyes, shut up, if you don't want to kneel on the washing board at night, don't say another word. Zhang Xiaolong subconsciously kept his mouth shut, and fear appeared in his eyes. Lu Qian changed into a smile, and said to Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua, continue. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed the laughter in her heart and said, this fist technique manual, when Byron is 5 or 6 years old, maybe a little earlier, this is up to you, let him see the pictures inside, and let him practice according to the fist technique manual. Ah! Don't we need to find someone who knows fist technique to teach? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head seriously and said, sister-in-law, remember, you must remember, do not let others teach Byron fist technique, and also do not let others see this fist technique manual. You can only let Byron explore by himself. Lu Qian saw this, and with a serious face, she nodded repeatedly. Also, sister-in-law, this fist technique, according to my experience, at the beginning, the limit is 9, and after 9 times, it is complete, at most, 9 times, 81 times a day, any more than that is useless. After a certain level of practice, you will enter the second level, with 8 as the limit, and so on, until you can practice once, 9 times a day. Lu Qian was stunned, and asked doubtfully, then, what does it mean to practice to a certain level? Is it proficiency, or time? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, this, when the time comes, Byron will naturally know, it is useless to talk about it now. The cultivation method of immortals was unimaginable, even if she explained it to Lu Qian now, it would be difficult for her to understand, so she might as well not say it. Also, when you practice to the point where you only need to practice 9 times a day, and there is no improvement, you need to practice this fist technique in reverse, then you will gain something. However, for this reverse practice, I do not have a fist technique manual, sister-in-law, you can let Byron practice these 108 moves in reverse according to his own understanding, or according to this fist technique manual. Thinking of the fist technique manual, Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought of Zhang Qingyue, the real man who resolutely committed suicide on the ethereal peak. Sighing, looking at Lu Qian who did not quite understand, Zhang Xiaohua explained, this is different from memorizing, it is to practice the moves in the fist technique manual completely in reverse. At this moment, Zhang Xiaolong raised his hand, opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Lu Qian said angrily, say, what do you want to say? Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, Xiaohua, can I practice this fist technique? If I practice it, I will have strength, won't it be better for me to work in the field? Lu Qian was furious and said, you, shut up. Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead, suddenly realized and said, big brother, you are right, I was just thinking about Byron, but I forgot about you, but I don't know if there will be any effect after you practice it. How about this, I will practice this fist of the North Star from beginning to end, you see. After that, she walked to the courtyard, from beginning to end, and from end to end, from end to end, completely. These 216 moves made Zhang Xiaolong dizzy, he did not know what to do. Then, Zhang Xiaohua demonstrated the links of the fist of the North and South Star. Lu Qian finally understood completely. Zhang Xiaohua saw that her brother was a little depressed, and said with a smile, big brother, I used a long time to practice this fist of the North Star. You just took a look and want to learn, it is not very possible. Zhang Xiaolong thought about it and said, anyway, it is not too late for you to teach me when you are at home. But just as he finished speaking, he remembered that Zhang Xiaohua had told Zhang Kai at noon that she would go out to find Zhang Xiaohu immediately. He said embarrassedly, I am not in a hurry, I will practice slowly. You can teach me a move later, I will think about it myself. Zhang Xiaohua thought that this was the only way. If she really taught Zhang Xiaohu, there would be no effect for at least a year. But first, there was no news from Zhang Xiaohu, and her family was not at ease. Second, Nie Qianyu was still waiting in Pingyang City. She did not want to involve her family in the dispute of the pugilistic world, so naturally, she could not bring them over. Moreover, Nie Qianyu's family was also waiting anxiously. Putting herself in their shoes, she also wanted to send them back quickly. After that, the three of them entered the house. Zhang Xiaohua took out the Carefree Heart Sutra and said, "Sister-in-law, this is another internal energy cultivation method, but it is different from the fist manual. This book is still to be returned to the Misty School, so you can't lose it." Lu Qian reached out and took it, smiled and said, "Then I will hide it under the box." Chapter 390. Lu Qian took the Heart Sutra and asked, "What is the Heart Sutra for Byron to practice?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "I guess Mr. Lu will enlighten Byron very early. When he is 5 or 6 years old, he will be able to understand the text inside. At that time, let him read and practice." "Ah!" Lu Qian said in surprise, "He can only learn it when he is 6 years old. Then why are you in a hurry to give this to me? When the time comes, you can come back and teach him. Besides, I read in the biography that practicing internal strength is very particular. If there is no master to guide him, it is easy for something to happen. I think it is better to let you teach him." With that, Lu Qian was about to return the Heart Sutra to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, practicing internal strength is easy to cause trouble, but you see, I also practice it myself. Am I not fine? Besides, sister-in-law, you must believe me. Byron will definitely have no problem." Lu Qian was skeptical, but she still carefully put away the Heart Sutra. She asked worriedly, "If Byron doesn't understand, can he ask my father?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, "If you don't understand the text, you can naturally ask. If you don't understand the content, don't ask. It is best not to let others know about this book. Remember." Lu Qian listened with a heavy tone, so she could only nod cautiously. Zhang Xiaohua was also bold. He relied on his own exploration to reach his current level. He thought that everyone could practice by themselves, so he easily gave the Heart Sutra to his sister-in-law and let his little nephew explore by himself. He was a shopkeeper who didn't do anything. If Byron cultivated, he was only 5 or 6 years old. How could he understand the content of the book? However, was Zhang Byron an ordinary person? After explaining the matter of Byron, Zhang Xiaohua saw that his father and mother were playing with Byron. He took Zhang Xiaolong to the courtyard and began to teach Zhang Xiaolong the Big Dipper magical fist. Only after Zhang Xiaolong taught him did he realize how he Tianshu felt back then. That's right. Zhang Xiaolong could have hit it this way and hit it from this angle, but Zhang Xiaolong hit it wrong. By the time Zhang Xiaolong corrected him, there were other problems. After a few times, Zhang Xiaohua lost her patience and encouraged him, "Big brother, you're really a martial arts genius. I practiced this move for many days before I reached your level." Zhang Xiaolong was pleasantly surprised, "Really? Xiaohua, it seems like I'm really not an ordinary person. If I had known earlier, I would have followed you to Pingyang City." "AI, that's right, big brother. If you go, I reckon that the Misty School won't be destroyed. You might not be able to defeat the enemy, but you can at least learn the essence of the Misty School. Then, you can start a family in the Guizhuang house and inherit the legacy of the Misty School." "Yes, Xiaohua, you're right. I'm really a pearl that has been covered in dust. So, big brother, if you have time, you should look at the martial arts manual yourself. I'm afraid that I might lead you astray and delay your progress." "I see. All right, Xiaohua, then I can only reluctantly practice on my own." After settling Zhang Xiaolong, Zhang Xiaohua went back into the house to look for her mother. Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei were still on the Kong bed, watching Zhang Byron sleep soundly. Just now, Byron woke up for a while and played with the two elders for a while before going back to sleep. At this moment, the two of them were whispering to each other. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua enter the house, Guo Sufei laughed softly and said, "Xiaohua, I heard from your father that you did something good in Lu Town last night." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she blushed a little and said, "I wanted to do something good, but I didn't do it thoroughly and left a little tail. Today, I heard from father that I know I was wrong." Guo Sufei said, "It's good that you know you were wrong. When helping someone, you have to help them to the end. If you give up halfway, it's better not to help." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. Mother is right. I have something to tell mother." "What is it? You're still so mysterious." Guo Sufei saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so serious about this matter. She also felt strange and said, "Isn't it because you like a girl from some family? Mother still has some money here. It shouldn't be a problem to find a wife for you." Zhang Xiaohua was a little bashful and said, "Mother, let's go out and talk. Byron just fell asleep. I'm afraid we'll wake him up." Seeing this, Guo Sufei felt that her sense of smell was even more sensitive. However, in her heart, she muttered, "I just went out for a day and already found someone I like. Could it be that I was cheated?" Zhang Kai actually knew Zhang Xiaohua's feelings and also encouraged Guo Sufei to go to the central room. Sitting on a chair, Guo Sufei laughed and asked, "Xiaohua, you're not young anymore. It's the right time. Tell me, which family's girl do you like?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Boy also doesn't know where that girl is. I can't tell you right now." "You sly girl, then why did you call mother here?" Guo Sufei only thought that Zhang Xiaohua was thin-skinned and didn't think much of it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her father and said, "Mother, I already told father this afternoon that I want to find a time to leave the Guizhuang house in the next 2 days. After I go out to look for second brother, I'll go back to the Guizhuang house with him." Hearing this, Guo Sufei's face immediately changed and said, "No, you left the Guizhuang house when you were 12 years old. Until you turned 18 this year, you only came back once. That time, you also left without saying goodbye. In a flash, you disappeared for more than 5 years. Do you know how much mother's heart hurts? Do you know how mother's days have been? If it wasn't for the child in your sister-in-law's belly that mother missed, I'm afraid that mother wouldn't be able to see you come back." As she spoke, tears immediately flowed out. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua with eager eyes. The affection of licking her child was obvious. When Zhang Xiaohua came back this time, Guo Sufei was far less emotional than the last time. First, she had a younger son who was worried about her, so she didn't have much free time. Second, she was somewhat confused between reality and dreams. She was afraid that this was just a beautiful dream of the past, so she didn't dare to overdo it. Today, before she could completely adapt to the reality of her son's return, Zhang Xiaohua once again asked to leave her. How could she bear to do it? She still wanted her younger son to be happy at her knees and find a lovely wife, so that she could sing the husband and wife songs under her eyes. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and sat on the chair next to her mother. She smiled and said, "Mother, I know what you mean. Boy is indeed unfilial and has made you worry at home. However, this time is different from before." "What's the difference?" Guo Sufei asked curiously. "Mother, do you still remember Hero Wen, Heroine Shui, and Hero Lu from Misty School?" "Of course I remember. Although Mother is a woman and has never seen them, you are indebted to them for saving your lives. Mother will certainly remember this kindness in her heart. Mother, if they were killed and the boy knows who killed them and has the ability to kill their enemies, do you think the boy should avenge them?" "Ah! Our benefactors, have they really met with misfortune? If so, Xiaohua, they have indeed given our Zhang family a new lease of life, especially Hero Lu. If it weren't for him, you, your elder brother, and sister-in-law would have been dead. This kindness should be repaid. But you, Xiaohua, it's not that Mother doubts you, but they were not a match for you even with such high martial arts. You are just a child, how can you avenge them? Mother, please don't worry. Although the boy is stupid, he won't do something as stupid as hitting a rock with an egg. If he can't defeat his enemy, he will use his wits. He won't treat his life as a joke. Guo Sufei frowned and hesitated. Zhang Xiaohua continued, moreover, we don't know whether second brother is dead or alive. Rather than staying at home, it's better for me to go out and look for him. I've already met with my old friends at the villa. Although they haven't seen second brother, they still pointed out the place to look for him. I'll go and take a look. If there's any news, you'll be the first to know. Hearing this, Guo Sufei bitterly smiled and said, Xiaohua, don't try to comfort mother. So many of the Misty School's disciples died unnatural deaths. We've already heard from young Master Li. How could your second brother be the only one who escaped with his life? These past few years, mother has already calmed down a bit. I can't bear to put you in danger because of Xiaohu. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If there's no news of second brother, it means that second brother still has hope of surviving. Mother, don't worry. The boy has a premonition that second brother will definitely. Xiaohua, don't say any more. It's already been more than 3 years. If there's any news, your second brother would have already sent a letter home. Why wait until now? This, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless for a moment. Forget it, Xiaohua. Go back and rest first. Let your mother think about it carefully tonight. She's a sensible person. Let's talk about it again after she's thought it through. Zhang Kai advised. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her father wanted to speak up for her. She didn't say anything more. She said something else to them and returned to her room to rest. Ever since Zhang Bairen was born, Guo Sufei had been accompanying Lu Qian to take care of the child. Tonight, she handed this task over to Zhang Xiaolong and followed Zhang Kai back to the room next door. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to his room, he saw that it was still early. He sat down cross-legged and took out a few small jade pendants. He knew that although his mother loved him dearly and didn't want him to get involved in the Jianghu, the Misty School was a great favor to the Zhang family. For the sake of righteousness, his mother wouldn't stop him. As for Zhang Xiaohu's life and death, Guo Sufei couldn't let it go. For the sake of family, his mother would definitely let him go. Therefore, before he left, he had to settle the matters at home. Actually, when he was making a jade pendant for Ji Xiaohua's mother in Songning Town, Zhang Xiaohua already had this idea. Therefore, on the way back, he already had a plan in his heart. In the formation jade slip left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon, there were quite a number of defensive and offensive formations. However, they were all slightly complicated. During this period of time, Zhang Xiaohua had been studying them. Although he wasn't very confident, he still wanted to give it a try. Taking out a jade pendant that had already lost its energy, he placed a new small primeval stone in his right hand. Zhang Xiaohua calmed down and silently recited the incantation. His left hand moved according to the instructions of the jade slip. The energy of heaven and earth was extracted from the primeval stone and gradually formed into a restriction in his left hand. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Please accept, please tip, thank you. Chapter 391. Zhang Xiaohua had already learned a little about embedding a miniature formation into a jade pendant on the deserted island. He had also thoroughly comprehended it on the ship back on land. When he returned to Songning Town, he even gave it a try. He successfully embedded a tranquil formation into a jade pendant and gave it to Ji Xiaohua's mother as a form of compensation. However, when Zhang Xiaohua embedded the array into the jade pendant in Songning Town, although it was the most primary array, the qi of heaven and earth was scarce at the moment. Zhang Xiaohua could barely make ends meet by mobilizing her qi with incantations, so she pondered over using the vital stones and the vital qi in her body to barely complete the jade pendant. At that time, her vital qi was exhausted and she was so tired that her face turned pale. Now, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to embed a more advanced defensive array into the jade pendant. Zhang Xiaohua had pondered over this array many times on her way back to Pingyang City. However, there was always a sense of obscurity when she made the incantation. When it reached a certain level, it was difficult to continue, let alone embed it into the jade pendant. However, when Zhang Xiaohua made the incantation today, she felt that it was as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water, as if the previous sluggishness had disappeared. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. However, this was not the time to ponder over it carefully. She hurriedly changed the incantation in her hands and completed the complicated transformation of the entire array. Then, she shouted clearly, "Go!" She put her left index finger and middle finger together and mobilized her vital qi, striking the array that had already been completed at her fingertips toward the jade pendant in front of her. In her divine sense, she saw that the array was shrinking and the vital qi in it became denser and denser. Finally, it shrunk to the size of the jade pendant. With a very clear bang, the array was actually embedded into the jade pendant. In an instant, the jade pendant flashed with a brilliance invisible to the naked eye. The extremely ordinary old jade immediately became somewhat different. Zhang Xiaohua could naturally see some clues through her divine sense, but sorry, she could not see anything with her eyes. But just when Zhang Xiaohua was feeling satisfied and wanted to be proud, she suddenly felt that the yuan qi in the jade pendant was somewhat chaotic. With a light peng sound, the jade pendant in her hand immediately turned into a pile of powder. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. She thought about it carefully for a while before relaxing slightly. She took out another jade pendant from her bosom and continued to make it. He still had a lot of such jade pendants in his money bag. They were all from the treasure house of Shitsui Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua knew the use of these jade pendants, so she didn't put them all in the box. She buried them underground, so she didn't need to be too stingy. This time, the incantation was successfully completed. However, when the incantation was inserted into the jade pendant, Zhang Xiaohua's expression was serious. The movement of her left hand seemed fast but was actually slow. Amidst the slowness, there was a strange frequency. With another bang, the incantation was successfully inserted into the jade pendant. However, this time, the jade pendant did not undergo any special changes. The only difference was that the color of the jade had become denser. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to look carefully with her divine awareness. She had already felt that she had succeeded this time. Putting the successfully made jade talisman on the Kong, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered. Why did the incantation go so smoothly this time? Why did the incantation suddenly disappear? After thinking for a long time, she realized that the luckiest thing during this period was that she had come into contact with the innate tactical matrix of Byron when she was born. Although she didn't deliberately comprehend it, just a simple peek had a profound impact on her cultivation of tactical matrix. Presumably, this was the only reason. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look at the 360 tadpole-like talismans in her Naiwan palace. They were shining with a faint golden light and surrounded her essence of devotion, shining like tassels. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth showed a trace of a smile. In the future, she would be able to comprehend it. After finding out the reason, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and made several jade slices into jade talismans one by one. It was very correct to say that practice makes perfect. The last few talismans were all made in one try. There was no failure. Zhang Xiaohua was also very happy to see this. She made as many as 10 talismans smoothly. Looking at the sky, Zhang Xiaohua was about to put away the jade talismans. His heart was moved again. These 10 jade talismans were only used for defense. It was more than enough. However, if she encountered a powerful person and didn't have a thunderous counterattack, she would be at a disadvantage. It was not appropriate. As the saying goes, offense is the most powerful defense. Thinking of it, she did it. After all, it was all about cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately took out 10 jade slices and put an offensive tactical matrix that she had already memorized in her heart into them. Not long after, 10 jade talismans were made. Looking at the red jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Was this color related to the tactical matrix? However, she had just finished learning this tactical matrix. She was not proficient in the other tactical matrices, so she couldn't test it. Putting away the 20 jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and prepared to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. However, when she began to cultivate, she found that her Heart Sutra cultivation method had actually made some slight progress. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Could it be that she could cultivate this talisman? This was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Waking up the next day, Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist in the bamboo forest. When he returned to the courtyard, Guo Sufei had already woken up to prepare dinner. Looking at her mother's slightly swollen and bloodshot eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. Mother obviously did not sleep well last night. This boy is unfilial. However, if I can't find second brother, then I will be even more unfilial. I hope mother can understand me. When I am done, I will definitely accompany mother and father. Sigh, I forgot that I still have to help mother and father find some longevity prescriptions. According to Venerable Huolong's records, there are some pills that can extend one's life. However, although he is knowledgeable, he is not proficient in this aspect. Cultivating the immortal Tao can extend one's life. However, mother and father are obviously not suitable for it. I don't even know if big brother and sister-in-law can do it. I am just a beginner and do not know how to guide others. Let's talk about this later. Guo Sufei saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the courtyard and forced a smile. Xiaohua, you went out to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua respectfully said, yes, mother. Music does not leave the mouth and fist does not leave the hands. This martial arts needs to be practiced frequently. Seeing her mother wiping her eyes and going back to work, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the bucket and said, Mother, I am going to get some water. It has been a long time since I worked for you. Guo Sufei said, no need. Xiaohua, you have a good rest. Let your big brother do this work. Zhang Xiaohua was not willing to comply. She took the rope and the bucket and went out. Because it was winter, the fields were filled with snow. Zhang Xiaohua returned for a few days and did not go to the fields that were still under her name. This time, she used the excuse of fetching water to take a good look. The fields were now under Zhang Xiaohua's care. Looking at the neat ridges exposed from the snow and the fine soil in the fields, Zhang Xiaohua knew that her big brother was very meticulous in farming. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua turned and went down the hill. Although this field was very good, it was destined that it would not belong to her. The snow at the bottom of the hill was very deep. The black well was exposed. Standing next to the well, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. How should she deal with the well water? Based on Zhang Xiaohua's attitude 2 days ago, he had already placed a restriction on the spring water. As long as the Zhang family came to take it, no one else would be given a single drop. But now, Zhang Xiaohua's attitude had changed. The spring water was sweet and rich in the qi of heaven and earth. It was the best gift from the heavens. Since it was a gift from the heavens, it must not be used by a particular family. If he placed a restriction on it, it would only be used by himself. What was the difference between him and the bullies in Lu Town who took other people's things for their own use? What's more, the essence of heaven was the most dependent on fate. If she monopolized it, presumably it would shorten her life and break her fortune. Because of this spring water, her family had already produced Zhang Bairen. It was already a blessing for the generation. Why should she be greedy? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. She fetched the well water, carried it with her hand, and walked back to the village. How could she still think about who drank the well water and who didn't? Now that Zhang Xiaohua is benevolent and kind, he thinks of the greater good. In fact, it is precisely because of this that it makes sense. Dear officials, think about it. If Zhang Xiaohua had placed a restriction on the well, others would only see the Zhang family drawing water from the well, and they would be able to get the sweet well water, but others would not be able to. Or perhaps, the Zhang family would be able to see the well, but others would not be able to. Wouldn't it be a cover-up that would attract more attention? On the contrary, it was the most appropriate to follow fate and not reveal the mountain and not reveal the water. As for whether this spring water was the key to creating a person like Zhang Bairen, this was a question that no one could say for sure. After pouring the well water into the water jar, breakfast was ready. As usual, Zhang Xiaolong brought the food next door to eat with Lu Qian, while Zhang Xiaohua ate with her mother and father in the house. Although breakfast was very short, Guo Sufei's mouth did not stop for even a moment. She gave instructions here and there, gave instructions on this side and worried about that side. Hearing this, Zhang Kai frowned a little. However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and responded to each and every one of them. She did not slack off in the slightest, as if this was the most delicious side dish. But in the end, Guo Sufei was still worried. She repeatedly doubted Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. She was afraid that she would lose this son of hers again. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly said, "Mother, you really don't have to worry. That day, didn't you already see the weight of my weapon? Think about it. With such a heavy weapon, who wouldn't be afraid if it hit them? They would have already run away. Who would dare to fight with me? Forget it, Xiaohua. Do you think I haven't heard of storytelling? If you hit people, they wouldn't dodge. Besides, what you call a weapon? It's just a stone stick." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "How about this, mother, I'll give you a demonstration. What do you think of my ability?" "Don't. I don't think you have the level of a martial arts master. How can I let you demonstrate?" At this time, Zhang Xiaolong walked in. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I don't need to know martial arts. How about this, let big brother tie me up." Zhang Xiaolong was shocked and said, "Mother, Xiaohua is still young. If she has done anything wrong, just say it. Why do you have to hang her up and beat her?" Chapter 392. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, "What are you talking about? Big brother, am I bad enough to be hung up by mother?" After Zhang Xiaohua explained, Zhang Xiaolong understood. He found a rope from the corner and tied Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet firmly. Don't say, Zhang Xiaolong's skill was not bad. He tied Zhang Xiaohua so tightly that she couldn't move an inch. Guo Sufei at the side was distressed. She repeatedly said to be gentler and looser. After Zhang Xiaolong finished, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother, do you think this is tight?" Guo Sufei quickly nodded and said, "It's tight, it's tight." Guo Sufei hadn't finished nodding when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet exert a little force. Two peng-peng sounds were heard. The ropes that Zhang Xiaolong used a lot of effort to tie Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet broke like withered grass. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "How is it?" "Mother, even if I'm caught, I can still escape." Guo Sufei was stunned. She knew that her son was strong, but she didn't expect it to be so frightening. However, she still didn't give up and said, "But, if they catch you, they will definitely throw you into prison. What's the use of your broken ropes?" Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, "Since it's like this, mother, boy will show you my skills." Finished speaking, he led the three people into the central room. Zhang Xiaolong found a rope and tied himself up. This time, Zhang Xiaolong used a trick. He knew that this guy would definitely break if he struggled, so he didn't waste any more effort. After Big Brother finished tying, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Mother, father, Big Brother, this place will be the bad guy's prison. Lock the door and go out. See how I escape." Zhang Xiaolong looked at his parents. The three of them didn't understand, but they still followed Zhang Xiaohua's instructions and locked the door. They stood in the middle of the yard and stared at the window. They wanted to see how Zhang Xiaohua would escape. But even after a long time, there was still no movement from the window. Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "Father, mother, Xiaohua really screwed up this time. Luckily, I didn't tie his hands and feet tightly." At this moment, a laugh came from behind them. Someone said, "Who said I screwed up?" I've been standing behind you for a long time." The three of them were shocked. When they turned around, wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who was standing there with a smile on her face? Zhang Xiaolong was shocked. He ran up to her, looking her up and down, reaching out to touch her left and right. He said, "Are you Xiaohua? How did you come back from outside?" Then she turned her head and asked, "Mother, I don't remember having a twin brother." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Dage is making fun of me. When did you learn to be this humorous? I'm the Xiaohua in the room." Guo Sufei also didn't believe it. She pushed open the door and saw that there were only a few pieces of rope left in the room. Looking around, Zhang Xiaolong smiled and said, "It seems that Xiaohua escaped from the window in the back wall." "Io, that's not right. The window in the back wall was sealed well and didn't break." "Little Blossom, how did you manage to escape?" Looking at her mother and father's questions, Zhang Xiaohua said, "This is an escape technique that I learned from Misty School. It allows me to escape when others aren't paying attention. It's very useful." "Is that so?" Guo Sufei and the others somewhat understood. Since Zhang Xiaohua was able to escape when her hands and feet were tied up, then Guo Sufei really didn't have any other opinions. Even if Zhang Xiaohua couldn't beat the other party, she couldn't escape at that time. Even if she was caught, she could still escape easily. She really didn't have any reason to keep Zhang Xiaohua here. Of course, the bloody means of Jianghu were far more than this. It wasn't something that Guo Sufei could understand. Zhang Xiaohua used this simple earth escape technique to convince her mother. It was just to make her mother feel at ease. Seeing that her mother finally agreed, Zhang Xiaohua's face also revealed a smile. Then, she took out 10 jade talismans from her bosom and said, "Mother, father, Dage, these are some strange things that I got from a deserted island. They can protect people. Find a string and wear them on your body." Zhang Kai reached out and took one of the jade talismans. Looking left and right, he said, "Xiaohua, this jade talisman is quite valuable." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, "Father, whether this jade talisman is valuable or not, you must remember not to sell it. It can save lives." "What?" Zhang Xiaolong almost cried out, saying, "This broken thing can save lives? I think it's better to sell it." Guo Sufei wasn't happy and said, "Look at you two old and young, how do you know about money? Listen to Xiaohua." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Mother knows me best. Can it save lives?" Guo Sufei also tried to persuade. Zhang Xiaohua hung a jade talisman on her body and said with a smile, "Dage, take that hoe and hit me hard." "No. Absolutely not." Before Zhang Xiaohua finished her words, Guo Sufei immediately objected. "Oh, then how about this, Dage, I'll put this jade talisman on the ground. You take the hoe and hit the jade talisman hard, what do you think?" "No need, Xiaohua, this jade talisman is worth at least a few silver coins, it's such a pity." Zhang Kai was not happy. He glared at Zhang Xiaolong and said, "Just this few silver coins, do you need to go so far?" "Xiaolong." "Oh? That's right, father, I'll listen to you." Saying that, Zhang Xiaolong took a jade talisman and threw it on the ground. Then he looked for the hoe and used all his strength to hit the jade talisman. When the hoe touched the jade talisman, it was like hitting a ball of cotton, sinking. But no matter how hard he tried, there was always a gap between the hoe and the jade talisman, it couldn't touch it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, "Interesting, interesting. But Xiaohua, if you wear this thing on your body, people won't hit the jade talisman when they hit you, right?" "It's okay, father, as long as you wear it, it will protect your whole body if you hit it with more than a certain amount of force. How about I put the jade talisman on Huanhuan, you can use a wooden stick to try." Sure enough, if the jade talisman was put on the four odd beasts, Zhang Xiaolong would use a wooden stick to hit Huanhuan's butt. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaolong used, he couldn't hit it. Zhang Xiaolong was overjoyed. He quickly grabbed one and said, "This thing is great, with it, your sister-in-law won't be able to hurt me anymore." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and gave the other 9 jade talismans to Guosufei. She said, "Mother, let's each have one. Keep the rest as a backup. This jade talisman won't work forever, it may not work after a few times." Okay, Guosufei agreed. She carefully put it away and said, "I'll find a silk rope later, we'll all wear it." Seeing that her mother put away the jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua took out 10 light red jade talismans from her arms. Before she could say anything, Zhang Xiaolong shouted, "Xiaohua, what are these? Are they different from the ones just now?" "Yes, big brother, you're right, the one just now is for protection, this one," Zhang Kai interrupted, "for hitting people." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father is really smart, no wonder the 3 of us are so smart, it's all thanks to you." Guosufei smiled and said, "Don't flatter your father said so many good things to you last night, it's all thanks to your mouth." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Father is good, mother is good, hee, please wait a moment." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua moved a large rock from outside the yard. It was about the size of the Zhang family's dining table. Only Zhang Xiaohua had the strength to move it. If it were Zhang Xiaolong, it would take at least 5 people. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua move such a large stone, the 3 of them didn't understand. What does this have to do with hitting people? After the stone was placed in the middle of the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Father, mother, big brother, you all stand behind me and watch how I use this jade talisman." The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless and stood behind Zhang Xiaohua. They saw Zhang Xiaohua pick up a jade talisman and throw it at the stone with all her strength. With a "kacha" sound, the jade talisman broke into pieces and a red light flashed from the jade talisman. It was a red flame, but the flame was different from the usual flames seen in the Zhang family. When the flame touched the stone, it actually burned. After a cup of tea's time, more than half of the huge stone was burned. This strange scene made the 3 of them even more stunned. Yes, this was the first time they saw a flame that could burn a stone. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and handed over the remaining few jade talismans. Zhang Xiaolong stretched out his hand but didn't dare to take them. He asked with some fear, "Xiaohua, isn't this thing too dangerous? If we were to accidentally trip and fall onto the jade talisman while holding it, wouldn't we burn ourselves in an instant?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and casually threw another jade talisman on the stone. This time, it didn't break. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and picked it up. She put it in someone's pocket and said with a smile, "This jade talisman needs to be thrown with all your strength to be effective. If you are a little bit weaker, it won't break. Moreover, if Big Brother is carrying the jade talisman just now, the 2 jade talismans will meet and perish together. Of course, there won't be any danger." "Ah. So it's like this." Only then did Zhang Xiaolong boldly reach out to take the remaining jade talismans. Looking at them carefully, he said, "Xiaohua, this is a sharp weapon, more effective than any sword or saber. Do you have any more? Give me a few more." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and her heart was moved. Why didn't she think of it? She smiled and said, "I still have some. I will give them to you later. But, Big Brother, don't use this thing in evil ways." Zhang Xiaolong also smiled and said, "You look like Big Brother. How come Big Brother doesn't know what you think?" Zhang Xiaohua gave the remaining few jade talismans to Guosufei. Guosufei took them and said with some reluctance, "Xiaohua, when do you want to leave after giving us all these things?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the clouds in the sky and said, "Mother, as soon as possible. If possible, I will leave tomorrow. What do you think?" "Ai, tomorrow is the 18th of the first month. It is not even the first month. You came back on the 9th day of the first month. It has only been 9 days and you want to leave?" Hearing the word 9, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was moved. She smiled and said, "Mother, I should leave tomorrow. This 9 is very auspicious." Chapter 393. What new book, hee. Ai, Guosufei sighed deeply, no matter how auspicious it is, as long as you leave, mother will not be happy. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, Mother, don't worry, as long as there is news about second brother, I will immediately send someone to bring the news back. You just have to wait to make braised pork to reward me. Guo Sufei forced a smile and wiped her tears. Yes, Little Blossom was her son, and Little Tiger was her son too. They were both her flesh and blood. There was no reason to stop her from looking for her second son just because she felt sorry for her youngest son. Seeing this, Zhang Kai changed the topic. Today Xiaohua, stay at home, don't go anywhere, accompany your mother. Oh right, child's mother, bring the good things Xiaohua brought for Qianqian to see. Okay, we will go now. Guo Sufei agreed and the three of them went next door. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, You guys go first, I will go back to my room, I will be there soon. Guo Sufei showed the 2 jade talismans to Lu Qian and explained how to use them. Lu Qian had previously received the small primeval stones from Zhang Xiaohua, so she naturally knew that this brother of hers was not ordinary. Of course, she did not doubt. She immediately found a suitable thread from the sewing tray and passed the 6 jade talismans to everyone. Byron also received one and wore it around her neck. As for the other light red jade talismans, she also took 2 and hid them close to her body. Seeing that their daughter-in-law trusted them so much, Zhang Kai and Guo Sufei also did as instructed. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua also rushed over, took out a dozen light red jade talismans and said, Big brother, big sister-in-law, this is all, please keep it. Lu Qian glared at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, don't you still need these? You keep them for yourself. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't mention it, big sister-in-law, I don't need these, you guys can use them, as long as you don't use them casually and only use them to protect yourself. At this time, Guo Sufei also took out her own jade talisman and said, Xiaohua, mother will let you wear this. Mother, I really. Zhang Xiaohua said half of the sentence, she could not continue, with tears in her eyes, she stretched her head and let her mother wear the talisman around her neck. Seeing this, Lu Qian hurriedly put on another one and handed it to Guo Sufei. Zhang Xiaohua said, Mother, you should wear it too. Why don't you let father help you? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Guo Sufei smiled and put the jade pendant on her body. Then, Zhang Xiaohua handed over a dozen jade talismans to Lu Qian. Lu Qian only took half of them, the rest were given to Guo Sufei. Guo Sufei only took half of them and returned the other half to Lu Qian. At this time, Byron on the Kong had already woken up, ya sound, turning over on the Kong. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua by the Kong bed, his eyes seemed to light up. He reached out his small hands to ask for a hug. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and held Byron in his arms. Only then did the little guy stop scratching in his arms. He just looked at him and chuckled. Zhang Xiaohua once again swept with her spiritual awareness, but Byron was still the same as other children, there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. If it was not for the fact that this 8-day-old child looked like a 5-month-old child, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't believe that this was the baby she took out from the innate array. Lu Qian next to her asked, Xiaohua, I heard from mother that you will leave tomorrow, Byron is not 1 month old yet, why don't you wait to eat Byron's full moon banquet? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I will leave in the end, why do you care about sooner or later? Speaking of Byron's full moon banquet, I have prepared a gift in advance. After that, he took out a large piece of primordial stone from his arms and handed it to Lu Qian. This is the same stone I gave you last time, I think Byron will like it. I have nothing to give him, just treat this as a toy for him. This piece of primordial stone was the size of an adult's fist, the primordial qi contained in it was really surging. Zhang Xiaohua had been refining qi for a long time, but the amount of primordial qi in her body was not so much. Although Lu Qian did not understand the preciousness of this primordial stone, she knew that her son's birth was related to this stone, and it was just a much smaller stone, this one must be even more precious. However, Zhang Xiaohua was her younger brother, so she did not need to be too polite. Before she could say thank you, Byron's eyes lit up, and he stretched out his small hand to hug this thing that was about the size of his head. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua put the primordial stone on the Kong, and also put Bai Ren beside it. As a result, Bai Ren reached out and hugged the primordial stone and rolled around. He had long forgotten about Zhang Xiaohua. One day passed quickly, and Zhang Xiaohua's family stayed in Lu Qian's house, accompanying Bai Ren for the entire day. Lu Qian was still in confinement, so she could not leave the house. On the 17th day of the first month, the family had dinner in their central room. Mr. Lu, Lu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over, and it was a happy reunion dinner. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone into the house. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, sighed softly, and pushed the door open. He did not plan to go out to the courtyard to practice the Big Dipper magical fist, and wanted to leave quietly, afraid of the heartache of separation. Unfortunately, just as he stepped out, he saw the dark red fire in the stove. His mother had already woken up. Quietly standing at the door, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could not help but moisten. Guo Sufei woke up very early. When Zhang Xiaohua came out, she had already baked a large stack of pancakes. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Guo Sufei smiled and said, "Xiaohua, go and sleep for a while. We still have to hurry on the road today, so rest well." Zhang Xiaohua whispered, "Mother, you don't have to bake so many pancakes, I can't finish them. This is for you to eat on the road. Along the way, other people's food is not to their heart's content, I'm afraid that you won't be used to it." "Mother." Zhang Xiaohua was a little choked up. "Well, if you can't sleep, wash your face and tidy up your huan. It still has to carry you on the road, don't starve." Zhang Xiaohua responded and went. It seems that Zhang Xiaohua's idea of quietly leaving had completely failed. Not long after, Mr. Lu, Lu Kai, and Li Yinfeng also came over. After eating, a group of people sent Zhang Xiaohua out like stars surrounding the moon. Only Lu Qian and Bai Ren didn't go out of the house. Zhang Xiaohua specially went to say goodbye to her sister-in-law. Bai Ren, this boy, was still sleeping soundly. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hug and kiss his chubby little face. There were many people in the village who woke up early. Seeing that only the third son of the Zhang family was going out again, they all stopped and carefully gave their blessings. Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed. She thought that people were too bad before. At this time, she carefully smiled and greeted the people who were familiar with her. At the entrance of the village, there was no need to mention the reluctance and attachment. This time was different from before. Although they were reluctant to part at the beginning, they knew that there was no danger to their lives. At worst, they could just pat their butts and come back. This time, they knew that the road ahead was dangerous. Although Zhang Xiaohua showed a few skills yesterday and dispelled most of the old people's doubts, how could they bear to see their son take risks? Guo Sufei's face was still full of tears. Although Zhang Xiaohua was sad, she was after all 18 years old. She was not like the youth of the past who only had tears in her eyes. After saying a few words to her mother, father, and the others, she floated onto the deer. She patted Huan's bald horn and the deer lifted its legs and moved forward. After a few steps, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but look back. Everyone raised their hands. Only her mother covered her mouth with one hand and put the other hand in front of her face with difficulty, slightly waving it. Zhang Xiaohua's hand also seemed to be weighed down by tens of thousands of pounds. It was extremely difficult for her to wave it. The tears that had been in her eyes all this time finally couldn't help but flow down the corner of her eyes. Thinking that her mother would definitely be sad if she was sad, Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile. Then, she resolutely turned her head and let the sparkling tears fall to the ground. Huan also seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's intentions. With a low whistle, it flipped its four hooves and galloped towards Lu Town. After turning the corner at the foot of the mountain, the Guizhuang house was hidden by the mountain. The mountain could block one's vision, but it couldn't hide one's longing heart. Zhang Xiaohua had already released her divine perception long ago. From afar, she could see her grieving family members. This kind of parting was always so sad that it made one's heart turn cold. When Zhang Xiaohua neared Pingyang City, his emotions gradually calmed down. The Guizhuang house was a peaceful harbor that he would always look forward to. However, it was not the stage of his life. Zhang Xiaohua already knew that ever since he obtained the Carefree Heart Sutra and entered the cultivation of the immortal Tao, his life had become very different from that of ordinary people. Even the martial artists couldn't compare to him. Therefore, it was still the same old saying, with great power comes great responsibility. Trying to escape? That's impossible. Looking at the approaching gates of Pingyang City, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with anticipation. How were the two little girls, Nie Qianyu and Little Orange, doing? Although he could see what he wanted to know as long as he released his divine perception, was there any point in doing so? Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the inn. Everything looked the same as before. It was just that the new year had just passed and there were more merchants coming and going. Business seemed to be much better and the inn was bustling with activity. However, the inn staff seemed to have a strange look in their eyes. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua enter, they weren't as enthusiastic as before. It seemed like they were avoiding him. Could it be that I didn't tip them with a large sum of money the last time I came? That's why they seem distant. Could it be that Nie Qianyu has run out of money and owes them money for their rooms? Zhang Xiaohua walked into the courtyard of the inn suspiciously. In the corner of the courtyard, the horse carriage was left alone. It didn't seem to have moved at all. Zhang Xiaohua left the four odd beasts behind and walked to Nie Qianyu's door. There was no noise from the two little girls inside. Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. Walking to the tightly shut door, Zhang Xiaohua knocked lightly on the door and asked, "Is there anyone at home?" Immediately, a hoarse voice shouted from inside, "There's no one here." However, before the voice finished, it was followed by an exclamation. "Ah, Brother Ren! It can't be." When Zhang Xiaohua heard her surprised and joyful voice, cold sweat broke out on his back. I don't think he was this intimate with Miss Nya. It's only been 10 days since we last met, yet he misses her so much. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.